Used.
David, you made something. You might say correct.
Yeah, it's fine.
Good morning, everybody. We'll stand here.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Heavenly Father, we're just asking you to watch over this meeting today, be with everyone through this Christmas season, and hope that everyone gets to be with their families and have some good time together. In Jesus' name, amen.
All right, good morning, everybody. I'll make a motion that we approve the meeting minutes from last week.
I'll second.
Motion moved and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. I make a motion, we approve the claims in the amount of $422,302.30.
I'll second that motion.
Motion been moved and seconded. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
David, you got anything right off the bat?
I've got a bunch of resolutions that I figured we'd handle later, so it's not really anything we need to.
AMR.
Information from December 1, December 22nd. We now have 4 calls and transfers, so calls, transfers, 1 call, 1 transfer, scene 17. Valley 7 calls, 5 transports, 1 city 17 calls, 9 transports, Parker 9 calls, 3 3 calls, 9 transports, Scott 2 calls, 1 transport.
I don't have anything else. Thank you. Randy?
Mike not on?
Oh.
No.
Good morning, Commissioners. Randy Hegwald, Linn County Rural Fire Emergency Management. We had 4 total calls this week. They were all rescue medical calls. Brings our yearly total up to 518. And that is all I have for you guys, unless you have questions.
I don't have any.
Actually, one other thing, I did send out that mutual aid agreement last week. I didn't know if you guys had questions or looked over that at all. So that's the only other thing I would have questions on. If there's anything you wanted to change or wanted me to proceed, take it out to the cities and see what they thought, or wanted to review it longer.
That was the state statute one, right?
No, this was actually a mutual aid agreement that we could send out to them and get their thoughts and go from there. It's sent out with the.
Oh, that was a few weeks ago.
Yeah, the state statute was a few weeks ago. This was last week.
Oh, okay. I probably haven't seen this one because I've been really busy.
Okay.
So I haven't.
No problem. That's the only other thing I had. So, we have our test scheduled for our fire extinguishers. Get with David after that to get some insurance paperwork to turn into the state, and then we'll be able to start doing fire extinguishers. So,
Okay.
all right. Thank you.
Good. Thanks,
Thanks,
Randy.
Randy.
Danny, I just now posted the sheriff's report to the SharePoint. I just got it. So.
Total prisoners in, 54 total prison, and 13 total prisoners, 54, 13 released this past week. Total prisoners in 53, total farmed out 1, total farmed in 42, 57 911 calls, 4,200 jail contacts, 574 calls for service, 36 civil service papers served, 7 VIN inspections, 21 new cases opened, 4 cases closed, 7 vehicle crashes, 97 SRO activities, 187 bailiff contacts, and 6 livestock out. Looks like we're ready for Jesse then. Jesse or Sean, want to do?
Jesse, Sean, Chastity, any of them?
You ready? We're ready for you if you want to come. Whoever's first.
This down, and then I have a couple documents for you guys just to be able to quickly refer to. All right, good morning. I just want to update you on a couple different things here. The document that I just gave you talks about our ARPA funds. I know that's going to be a big topic today in the meeting. I want to apologize that I'm not 100% confident in the exact amount that I have provided, mainly due to my newly arrival here in this position. However, after I have combed over 4 years of payments, I feel we're closer to that range of $568,000 remaining, other than the initial $812,000 that I told you a couple weeks ago. And that was after David provided some reports for me. I was able to look at what has been spent. I then reviewed some documents that Jessica had that showed numbers that were allocated towards different projects that have already been decided on. So the best that I can give you is that figure on the back of that roughly $568,000. Of course, David, after, we could not get time on Friday to meet on this, but I think he wasn't maybe aware of, when I asked for that number and he gave me that $812,000, I don't know that he was aware of some things that money was allocated for. So everything in red is money that we still need to pay out. And I just wanted that number to be in your guys' hands. Have any questions for me regarding that?
Haven't we already paid the 522,000 to Quick Com?
You did,
56.
but according to the report, I went off everything that stated ARPA. That was not stated ARPA, but it was ARPA money.
It did come out of.
Yes, it has come out. So that's why everything, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, so the 522,000 has already came out. The 18,000, the 5,000 that's in that MIH contracts, those have came out. I probably should have color coded that a little bit as well. I apologize. But the two amounts of that 18,846 still have to come out. The 58,000 still has to come out. Those are the three big numbers.
Everything else has came.
Yes, the 12,600 has come out. The 2174.58 has come out. They are just in red because they were maybe coded differently on the initial report that I was looking at.
Yeah,
And I just wanted to make sure that they were,
a little background on that. Back when COVID funding first started coming out, we created a fund called Spark, put all that money in because that was what we were dealing with at the time. When ARPA rolled around, we still had that fund open. There was one transaction in there that I showed you that came out to finish the Spark money, but then we started putting the ARPA money in that same fund.
correct.
Just to keep from creating another fund in our records. So that kind of caused a little confusion on looking at that in the first year, but I think we got it all sorted out and to where we really are at the moment.
Okay. So $568,618.76 is what we have available.
That's all that would be available after what we've already committed to spend.
The key word there is committed. There's some money that's still committed that has to be paid. So out of that fund, that would be that 18,846 twice, and the 58,000 still have to be paid out.
Yeah, the 18,846 was a 5-year contract with the Regional Planning Commission for management of the ARPA funding. And we've paid 3 years of that, so that's the remaining 2 years with them.
And we can use the remaining 2 years with the ARPA fund.
Right.
And then the 58,000, once we pay it.
Yeah, that was the 10% that was left on the QuickCom contract that was committed, and we actually have a contract on that with them that says we will pay that when they reach 90% completion. And they've already told us they are 90% complete, and I know we had some questions about some of their work or how it was done, but it is in the contract that we will pay them that amount.
Everything that's in red, Jason, I think maybe this will help answer your question or concern, is that it didn't specify in that account ARPA ahead of time, but they are linked to projects that between David's records and Jessica's records, they were ARPA funds that were spent.
Right.
I just put them in red so I would know and you would know that it doesn't specifically say ARPA in those funds in that account.
Okay.
And like I said, I should have color coded those the 500 or the the 58,000 and the 18,846 in a different color to show that those have not been spent but will be spent. Again, I am not 100% I'm obviously not the clerk and the financial person, but just from going off the records from Jessica and David's report, that's what I've come up with. I just hated seeing that we had 812,000 and we go to put that money towards a project and we don't have that, is my concern.
Yeah, and that 812 is actually the cash balance.
Correct.
Fund at the moment. That did not account for things that have already been committed to projects.
What is there available that we can spend this on that,
As in what projects you can spend it on. You cannot spend it on salary. You cannot spend it on that. Oh my gosh, retirement. Cannot spend it on
I've
that.
seen that retirement, we cannot put it.
Yep. So you can use it on projects that consist of that we've already completed, as long as they did not have another.
Other grant money. involved.
Correct. Yes.
So it says you said we owe SEK the 18,000
846.
times 2. But then
'Cause
we paid him again on 3-4. Is that not one of them? It says admin.
That was for the MIH housing project. That was a little different amount that we paid there.
You're looking back at the front page, Danny.
Yeah.
Yeah, that 18,846 is a
5-year.
5-year, that amount each year for 5 years.
And that's for 2024 then, I guess.
Yeah, so the one we did back at the end of 21 would actually have been for the 22 year. It was just right at the end of the year. And then there's one in 23, one in
Oh, okay.
24, and we've got those two coming up for 25 and 26. And that was, their fees were based on a percentage of the award that we got in this.
Yeah, I believe it was a total of 10%.
It looks like it, yeah. Because we had two deposits of 942, 347, which would put it at a little over 1.8 million, and that's 10% of it. Or it's 10% or 1%.
Well, it's 1% a year for 5 years, it looks like. So it'd be 5% of the total.
Okay, 5%.
So all this, the 7/22 through 11/29, that's all for landfill?
I believe so. We'd have to look at individual invoices to see, but it was engineering services that we had through them, and I believe that was all the landfill project.
That's what we'd allocated from for, so them sending out for bid on the transfer station, everything that way was Call Valley, right?
Correct.
A lot of money.
Yeah, the last thing I had in my stuff was 625,059.
Yeah, that figure was somewhere as well in my documents prior to, like I said,
I mean,
taking out
that was from April.
yeah, taking out that 58,000 and those other numbers,
Okay.
18,846. So again, it may be off a little bit, but I'm pretty confident that this is the number we could go off of. I'm not comfortable giving you that 812,000.
Is that all you had on this? This will probably play in later on today in our schedule, huh?
Yeah, I think so. That's all I have to tell you. I just wanted you to be able to see that. The only other real thing I have is talking about the budget. That's the second document that I gave you. I just gave you a copy of the budget that was provided to me. I did not come up with those figures or anything of that nature. But as you can see, the salary is going to be roughly an $18,000 leftover amount. And then in the capital outlay down below, there will be $18,000 as well left over. I'm asking for permission to have those remaining funds from the 2024 budget moved over to the equipment fund reserve or equipment reserve fund.
What are we earmarking those for? Still for the industrial park, or?
I don't have an exact location. I just know that with me being new, I've got several conferences that I would like to attend and things like that. So I don't know. I don't know exactly where it needs to or what it needs to be earmarked for.
Can we take out for conferences from equipment reserve?
Not necessarily out of equipment reserve, but if we move money into there, what we've done with most of it out of economic development was for industrial park improvements. But that would clear up for not having to spend budget on things like that next year,
Right.
which would allow money left to pay for conferences and things.
Okay. I'm fine with transferring the money to equipment reserve.
I am too.
And I can nail down more of an exact amount later this week that would be available for that transfer. I've got, I think, 3 I was going to bring up later today that I've already talked to some department heads about. And then Sean's working on transfers on his departments. He's going to get with me this week so we can finalize all that.
We'll go to the two. You guys want someone to make a motion?
Do we need a motion now, or do we?
I
When we get
think
to
if
all
you're
of
all in agreement, it'll be just as easy for me to work out the details this week and bring it back with next week's and have you approve them at that time on the ones that,
Approve them all.
yeah.
Yep.
I'm good with it.
Good with me.
I'm good.
Good to go.
Okay, I just want to remind you that the first historical meeting of Linn County will be held here in this facility, January 23rd. Letters have been sent out, waiting for responses from them, but that's the plan. Regarding the website, I have gathered information. Matt Kasner with Red Logic provided a 72-page website audit on our website. So I am compiling all of that information, trying to digest that. And I'll come back right after the first of the year with pros and cons of each business that we've met with, and hopefully make an educated decision on moving forward with the new website. So
Sounds good.
I think that's all I have, unless you have any questions for me.
I don't.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Thank you, Cassie.
Have a great Christmas.
You too. John?
Morning, Commissioner. Sean West, Public Works Administrator. It's the first thing I'd like to close out is the mower recommendations. We went through and qualified these and have recommendations. I think you have the recommendation in writing. We sent it out to you, showing the numbers on the equipment bids that we got for the mowers. These are all 10-foot decks. All but one of the mowers was bid with a 7-gauge steel deck. One and only one was bid with a 10-gauge. Although the pricing for the 10-gauge was quite a bit higher, that is going to be our recommendation, and Jesse can speak on it further as well, that we purchase a Schulte 10-foot deck for $41,000 from Heartland.
Morning, Commissioners. The reason I wanted to go with the Schulte, we have a few of those in the county and they seem to hold up the best. Their maintenance is very limited on when we maintenance them. Usually it's just changing out cutting blades on them. They are considerably higher. Their deck is a 10-gauge steel deck, but it's a double plated deck, so it lasts a lot longer than these other ones that are just a single plate deck on there. I do know they are a considerable more amount of money, but they do last longer. They're a lot less maintenance to put in them. The bushwhacker, if you just go, 1, 2, 3, 4, the bushwhacker would be the next best option for us to purchase on that.
You guys any input on it?
So you're saying it's double, I know 10 gauge is thinner than 7 gauge.
It's thinner on the deck part, but they've double plated it, so it's thicker on top when we went back and looked at them. And they've just double plated the top of that. And the sides on it are a lot thicker too. And they just hold up a lot better for the roadside mowing. Like I said, we have a few of those in the county and they seem to hold up the best. And really the only maintenance we really do is replace the blades on them and change the gear oil in the gearboxes. And
It's a lot more money.
it is a lot more money. That's one thing that just kind of scared me when we did get those bid backs. It is a considerable more amount of money on there.
What kind of warranty comes with it?
I honestly didn't look at that, Danny. I can go back and look at that.
I'd like to see what the warranties are with the gearboxes and everything.
They don't have that in their bid paper, but I can sure call them and find out on that.
Is it gonna last twice as long as the other mowers?
They do. They actually last a lot longer than the other mowers.
Between that and the downtime and then the maintenance time. I do believe just right. We're gonna get more time on task, we're gonna get less downtime, and we're gonna get less maintenance time on these units than what we've experienced in the past.
You guys good with them the warranty, or what do you?
Yep.
guys-
I am.
Look at the warranty compared to the rest and make a decision off that.
Okay.
Good with that?
Good.
And just do yours and then you, that's all I finish mine. If you want.
Okay. Okay, cost summaries by location was sent to you. Service requests from the beginning of the year to current. 527 were opened, 485 were closed, 42 currently open. Service requests of last week, there were 7 received, 5 currently open. I know more of those were closed on Friday. Activity costs by location from April to now, 78% of the roads completed. In Mound City, we were out and replaced damaged and deteriorating tubes. Worked on some ditching with some of our blade operators, get them more confident in getting off the road and pulling dirt up out of the ditch. Been out fixing roads, getting ready for the holidays coming up, fixing up rough spots and taking care of service requests called in on those roads. Craig called on our New Holland tractor over at New Holland. We should have it back sometime shortly after the first of the year. Looks like we're still going to stay within our approved budget to get that tractor fixed. In Pleasanton, we had the blades out last week working on the roads, replaced one culvert out there. North Shop, we had the blades out working on roads, had a few trees that we had to clean up on the roadsides, and we installed some field entrances and some residential entrances in the North Shop.
One of the things David mentioned and Jesse and I got together and spoke about the needs of what is coming up next year. We're asking to transfer funds. We're asking $500,000 to be transferred to special roads or the special road fund and $250,000 to the equipment reserve. The reason we're asking for double the amount in special roads is because of the striping and the chip and seal that was passed on this year, the high-risk rural roads that are going to be done, and the projects that we're going to need to pay for in the future that were pushed down the road to try to catch up this year. I believe we're going to need that money in that fund, and we also haven't pulled from the equipment reserve, so there's no need to fully fund it. And it was fully funded at $400 a year, and we haven't pulled that money from that fund in the last 2 years. So I believe that split will allow us to not only do some hard surface roadways, but to purchase what equipment is necessary.
What kind of balances do we have in those funds? Sorry, David.
Do you have did you have a budgeted plan on what you were going to spend? You said that they weren't spent the last 2 years. Can you?
Jesse and I met with the foremans. We have a list of equipment. We also have projects like the high-risk rural roads projects, and I'm sure you have a list of striping projects and or chip and seal projects that need done. So yes, there are projects and funds needed to do this. We're going to have to look at the funds, look at the equipment, and spread it out over the next several years, but we're going to have to get started on those hard surface roadways, those stripings of the roadways, prioritize those and go after them because we missed them this year.
Right. What I'm asking is, can you just bring those details in so we know exactly what we're supposed to do, what we didn't do, what we need to do?
We'll be able to bring that in, but with the short week that we've got this week, and what we were facing on trying to get these done, I'm thinking that might be first meeting in January.
So we didn't chip and seal any roads this year, right?
We did not chip and seal. As
Okay.
far as I know, we may have done a couple of patches
We
to
did a
some,
little bit of patching.
little bit of patching,
Okay.
no
We
crack
didn't
seal.
purchase the new equipment that was requested at the beginning of the year, this year, or at the end of the year last year,
Correct.
right? So that's where the overage is coming from, right?
So that striping, I'd like to get started as quick as we can on the year to where we know exactly, where we're at on overlay or the chip and seal roads to where we know,
Yeah, that's
get
one
caught
thing.
back up on the striping.
When Todd gets back, I need to get with him of where they ended with their chip and seal, because I don't know, and see where we need to start and see if we can get as much done as possible this coming year. So we can get that done and then get our striping scheduled in to stripe those roads that if we're not going to do them in the next couple of years, that we can get those striped.
Right.
So those two funds we're talking about, it's special road and bridge and then special machinery. Special road and bridge, I mean, you can use that for striping, bridges, resurfacing, whatever, anything road or bridge related. There is $1,055,000 in cash in that fund right now. The special machinery fund needs to go for equipment for the road and bridge department, and there's 1.4 million sitting in that one right now. And the amounts he's requesting, I briefly talked to Sean the other day because I was working through all my year-end spreadsheets to see what we had. And I threw that number out at him that there would easily be enough left in road and bridge this year to transfer that. And he seemed to be pretty happy with that amount. I mean, there's actually more than that available if you wanted to go more. And to get that to an exact number, I need to look at the bills we're paying this week. But there's more than enough left in the road and bridge fund to do these transfers.
And the reason we're heavy on the special roads is you're back-to-back 2 years high-risk rural roads with matching funds on 1095. So when it seems like you've got a lot of money in there, there's money committed from that fund. So we want to make sure we continue to replace that fund. And another future conversation Jesse and I have been working out this week, we talked to you in the past, bridges we get off our inventory, we get matching funds for the high-risk rural roads and other projects for. We had an owner or a landowner come in, say that one of the bridges going through Goodrich, going nowhere but into two property owners' fields, had washed again, and Jesse's going to have to take care of it. We're going to have to block it off to keep people from damaging their vehicles on it. This is something that we need to move to legal, get off our books, and get that credit back so we don't have to give up that $50,000 towards that high-risk rural road grant. We use that money, take a bridge off our inventory that we don't have to inspect next year or repair, and we put the 50,000 that we would have used towards high-risk rural roads back in our fund. So in the future, in the next several weeks, expect us to come after Jesse looks at this bridge and looks at the needs that this bridge has. Expect us to come and ask you about that as well, because there's money on the table that we'd like to keep in these funds by getting rid of some things that we don't need to continually maintenance.
When do these transfers have to be done by, David?
They've got to be done by the end of the year. So
Next week.
we've got next week's meeting for a final approval, and then we will run a special pay on the 31st that does transfers that are. And just, I guess while we're on that kind of subject, a little bit of background of what I'm looking at on this. I do a spreadsheet toward the end of the year where I'm looking at all the funds, their balances of budget and cash, and the amount I projected to carry over into next year's budget. And it's kind of a balancing act between funds at times. This year, as an example, our insurance claims have been a little higher late in the year, health insurance, than what I'd budgeted for. So I'm probably not going to have as much carryover there as I wanted. But that can then be helped out by other funds, because the way I'm setting right now, I've got bigger carryovers in general in road and bridge than I had planned. So you notice from year to year, if you're looking at levies, and you'll see one year, say, road and bridge levy goes up and employee benefits goes down, and the next year it goes back the other way. The funds help each other out on those carryovers. So as long as the net of all the tax funds is as big a carryover or bigger than what we wanted, we're still in good shape for taxes when we start doing the next year's budget.
Okay.
Also been talking to Randy, or sent him an email anyway, about pretty substantial transfer that he could make out of fire. And that was one we looked at when I was doing budget this year. We actually didn't have as good a carryover in that one as we'd planned last year. And where he's a special district, he's kind of out there on his own. So I'm going to make sure on his that we carry over enough. And with what I've got as a possible for that, we'll carry over a little bit more than what I'd planned, which put us in good shape on that one for another year.
So you're gonna bring all this back to us next week, or what? Details on it?
Yeah, I can get it down to the actual dollar amounts in all these funds by next week's meeting, but obviously we want to get the information to you this week so you got some time to think on it too. But yeah, we can do the final approvals next week on everything if you want to look at all of it for a week.
The biggest thing I think David and I, if I don't miss my guess from our conversation, is looking for is if you're okay with the 2-to-1 split in the way that we've divided it. The numbers will change by what he figures out, but what we're looking for is to put in twice as much into our special road fund as we do the equipment reserve from road and bridge. And if that's agreeable, then that's what we'll work off and bring to you.
I'm okay with it.
I'm too.
There you go.
Thank you. The next thing I had was 500 Road was shut down again. They had their second water leak. We put out a notice on it. Everything seemed to go well. I didn't get any feedback on either notice that I sent out on that project, but notices were sent out both times that the lanes were restricted on our county road. And unless you heard of anything that I didn't, things went well on the notifications, the partial closures, and the openings on those roadways. The next thing I had was I met this last week with Linn and their city council on compactors, had a positive meeting, and expect to report back to you next week after they clarify. They had a one-line item they needed to clarify only about a technical question on the way the license landed. If it landed and the state made a requirement of them, they wanted to make sure that they had their bases covered if the state required anything extra out of them, and then get back to us. So it was a very positive meeting, and I expect to hear back from them sometime this week. Centerville sewer permit, you'll notice I sent you a copy. That was just to notify you. Our new permit is from 1/1/25 to 31/29. You now have a new permit for the next 4 years on that, and things are going well. That fund is going well. That sewer lagoon is going well as far as we're concerned. The only thing that I have concern with, and I'm going to start working on, is I had been taking Darren to my training as far as licensing with me and getting him prepared to be the second person licensed for wastewater. With his departure, I need to identify someone available to get a wastewater license and be a backup, because I would very much want, if something happened for whatever reason, for the county to have a backup and have somebody ready to start signing that paperwork immediately. There is plenty of money in that fund to train somebody and have somebody licensed sitting there waiting to take over if need be. So I will begin working on that as soon as possible. Cornerstone survey proposal, I spoke with KDHE, with Charles Bowers, who's reviewing the project request and getting back to me. That's the $3,800 increase on the cell expansion that you asked me to get clarification on. Spoke to Charles about that. He told me he understood that it would take him a little bit with the holidays and things going on, but he would get us clarification and get right back with us. I expect quite possibly next week on that. You will be speaking to Randy Perdue on the landfill tipping floor at 11. He's going to come in and answer any questions. He was unavailable last week, but he did want to come and meet with you and speak with you about the project, also answer some questions about cost effectiveness on county versus contractor and what the costs include. New numbers, Jesse worked up new numbers for the tipping floor equipment. We'll also talk when Randy gets here, but you can see that your numbers really haven't changed that much. If you take it down all the way down to the used equipment that is not exactly what we would desire. I think originally this was $450 when it was put out in the project, and we're looking at anywhere from $407.7 to $546, $405 at the high end.
Now, who worked on these numbers?
Jesse did. And he can explain more how some of this equipment was new and some of this equipment was used. But he was able to come in below what was projected, and depending on what you wanted and the type of equipment, obviously anywhere from below it to just above it.
And that's the loader, the backhoe,
The backhoe to push it in, the two walking floor trailers, because you need one sitting there, one on the road. You also have to have a truck to pull it, that's roadworthy to pull it. So it's talking about a semi-tractor trailer, two walking floor trailers, and a backhoe to load that garbage into those containers.
Okay. Just wanted to be sure.
Along with the park, I will be coming to you next week with the fee resolution for the landfill, but some of that fee resolution will also depend on the discussion here today. Let me check this real quick. I'm going to jump ahead in my agenda, noxious weeds. like to move 40,000 over to the noxious weed fund, and David, you're gonna have to correct me on the terminology for that fund.
It's the noxious weed eradication fund.
And that 40,000 can be spent on chemicals, equipment, and other things, but I'd like to move 40,000 over to it.
And where's it coming from?
From the noxious weed budget.
Just moving it over to next year, okay.
Yeah. It's similar to the, like, special machinery fund for road. It's just one specifically for noxious weed.
Okay.
I'm good.
Okay. The next thing I had was the park, and we only have 15 minutes before we get into public comment. Do you want to take the park, go to public comment? What do you want to do next?
Lake Ridge at 10:05. We can go ahead and do Sherry if you guys want. You guys good with that?
Okay. To start out with, before Sherry comes up, I sent you a couple images of some swimming areas. If you'll take a look at those. This area is across from the marina, near Viewpoint. And what I've had was I had Pam mark out on there where the rope section, a waterway that must be mitigated and put in or covered to make a walk down to the area from a parking area, and a area to picnic or eat by the water, and then in larger scope, a no wake area to bring boats in past this swimming area to our ramp area. So if this is something that you want me to push forward with, what I will do is I will take it from that design and I will type up all of the written proposal and describe all the safety features and who would do what, and make our written proposal to bring into you so that you could approve it, so we could move forward to go to Wildlife and Parks and have that discussion.
He's waiting on it. I've already spoke with him a few times, so he's actually really excited and wants to see this. So we should probably push it over to him as soon as possible.
Well, if the concept that you're seeing there is what you're speaking about, I will type up the proposal so we have a written proposal and a diagram or concept to push forward.
I mean, I'm good with it.
I'm okay with it.
Okay. Next thing we had was the equipment reserve. Cheryl talked to you about the remaining items that she had from last week, but I would like to move 50,000 from the equipment reserve, or from the park over to the equipment reserve. My intention is to put $10,000 of that towards pumps and lagoons, to have that for pump repair and lagoon inspection or repair in the future, and to continue to build on that over the years, each year. And 20,000 for general projects, and another 20,000 for vehicles. This week, I spoke to the sheriff. He is getting rid of a vehicle, a four-door vehicle here in January that is in serviceable condition, just over 100,000 or just below. Four-door, four-wheel drive with a hitch on it that would service the park. So with what we have in the fund, or would have if we make this transfer, and the vehicle from the sheriff's department, I believe for at least the foreseeable future, we could replace both trucks, one with a new truck and one with a used truck, until we can store the money back to purchase another truck that's under warranty and use the sheriff's truck to get us by until we got there. We don't have to make a decision on it today as far as each thing we do. The only thing I'm asking you to do today is to allow me to move 50,000 over to the equipment fund, and then to continue that discussion as far as the equipment next month.
You guys good with that?
I'm fine with moving it over, but I think we need to talk about the other things.
Okay.
Okay? Then Sherry? We've still got to talk about some software and rate increases that, and by the way, the rate increases will be by resolution, and I will have you those by next week along with your solid waste resolution to increase there.
Morning, Sherry Loveland at Linn County Park Manager. The proposed rate increases, did you get a copy? Okay, Jason. We were asking tent camping to go from $12 to $13 daily. Second tents were only $9, asking for them to go to $10 daily. Cabins raise each the regular rate and the peak rates $5, so regular rate would be 60 going to 65, peak rates going from 70 to 75. I had already mentioned last week, boat slips at $8 a day is a fair deal compared to what most people charge at other campsites. And then raise the camping sites per site, depending on their utilities, $1 per day each. So they'll go from $16, depending on their amenities, to they'll go from 16 to 17 for the lowest rate, and $20 to 21 for full hookup 50 amp. Any questions? And are you guys for that?
How do we make, I mean, if we don't know what we're doing with the software, how are we gonna make a decision on this if we don't know the increases or what we're gonna pay for the,
Well, you still want to increase your rates, don't you, or not?
well, we're just gonna, if we get a software that is going to put us,
Well, you want to make more
This-
money?
The software is going to
Charge the
the
customer.
customer when
okay, so
Yeah,
this is just for, okay, I'm following.
these are
The
our,
only thing we would pay with that one Firefly would be $10 a month out of us. And the rest would be paid by the customer, the credit card fees and the higher rates, the $350 extra.
This is just our portion, is what you're saying.
correct.
Mhm.
The average utilities on the campers.
Yeah, I brought that today. Marina Lane is average, including last December, because I don't have the bills for this December. The average for the last year, Marina Lane is $97.59 per month per camper. And the average for Viewpoint went down. I'm not quite sure how that happened, but the temperatures were a little cooler this year, I guess. Actually, Marina Lane went down a little, I believe, too. $63.81 per camper. I only have 4 campers over there that are full-time. So. And I can send you those spreadsheets if you'd like them.
We've got them
From this year?
this year's.
Okay, Sean must have sent them to you.
And I believe part of your
So that's a month.
electricity coming down on Marina Lane is going to be the fact that some of the outbuildings and other things, as grandfathered people left, some of the extra buildings that were being heated and cooled and other factors went down. So we're coming in more into compliance with what you ask us to do. And as it gradually changes, some of those numbers have gone down as far as the extras that were there.
Okay, and so like the ones on Marina Lane, they're paying $21 per day.
They will be. They're paying 20 right now. The ones that are 50 amp. I have 6 that are 50 amp and 5 that are 30 amp. And those 5 right now they're going to pay $18. They're paying $18 a day. Currently they'll go to 19 and the 50 amps will go from 20 to 21. So.
Okay.
I thought we only had one area that was designated for long-term campers.
We have 4 on the end of Viewpoint that do not have sewer. They either have to use the shower houses or tote their own sewage up. There's no sewer over there. Those were always there since we did all those changes when Jackie was here. I think it was we had some that were just kind of scattered out in the park and we pulled all of them in and some of them did not want sewer, so.
So the 16 is without sewer?
16
going to 17.
currently is without sewer. It's just electric and water. No, they're they're 17.
just
17 for electric and water with 30 amp. There's only 30 amps over on Viewpoint, no 50 amps. Well, there is, but not in that area.
I don't have an issue with the rate increases.
No, I don't either.
Do we have a plan for the cabins?
I have more to talk about. We're working on it. This is just on, the cabins are going up $5 each per month, per day, too. But we put the Wi-Fi and the TVs in, so that's something you have to consider. I figured out it's $300 a month for the Wi-Fi up at the cabins. And average, I took all the people that stayed in cabins this year and divided it up amongst what we would pay. 300 times 12 is what, $3,600 a year. And we're just breaking even for paying for we're not making any extra money off supplying the Wi-Fi and the TVs. So it comes to right at $5. The extra $5 will pay for that. So,
Okay.
okay.
But as far as getting on Airbnb, do we have a plan for any of that? What do you guys think?
You wanted me to go to Civic Plus, so I have some information from Civic Plus. You want to talk about that?
Okay. Yeah.
He can do the
in
cabin.
the past, the Airbnb was making us less money than the,
Because we have one on the site instead of having every one of them available.
but I mean, we're making more money off the ones that weren't on the site.
Because we only had one on the site.
I mean, per cabin.
I don't think your fight's justifiable. It doesn't make sense. The cabins, we have one of the 7 on the site, right? So if there's one cabin that holds 2 people, 3 people, whatever, and somebody wants 2 cabins, but there's only one available, they're gonna go on somewhere else. I'm telling you that Airbnb, I don't understand how you can lose against it. Because even though you're putting on Airbnb, you can still, the people that call to reserve, you just send them, instead of having it on your calendar, you have it on the Airbnb calendar. And it marks it all up. It does everything for you. So we're not losing out in any way. We're just more or less advertising every one of them on the same site.
Okay.
So if they call and they want a cabin, she says, well, get on Airbnb and do whatever you need to do. It doesn't take away from the whatever, the total that we had for this year. And I don't understand why we're not doing it. It's just an opportunity for us to make more money off the cabins, to advertise them more, to be more organized, be able to rent them after hours. Because right now, I mean, like I said last week, I had some guys stay at my house that were working, and I told them to go on Airbnb. Well, it wasn't available. So then it was after hours. They couldn't get a hold of nobody. So they had to stay at mine. So that doesn't make sense to me. When Sherry doesn't have to mess with people, they put on Airbnb. We put numbered locks on the doors. Once you pay for it, it tells you how to get into it. There's a check-in time, there's a checkout time, and easy as that.
What are we gonna do for the cleaning and things, Danny? I mean, where are we going with
Well,
that?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know how long it would take. I don't know how long it takes per cabin, but I mean, if we have how do you guys do it now, Sherry?
Commissioners, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but with the Lake Region being at 10:05, if you'd like Sherry to come back up after your schedule, we can come right back into it. I just don't want to run long and go over your scheduled meeting.
Yeah,
Because we're here all day. We're available and we're ready.
I want to discuss. I want to make a decision on it today.
I just don't want to hurry one conversation to get to another when the agenda's packed. So I was just reminding you of the time.
That's fine. You guys good with that?
Yeah.
Well, before we let Lake Region go, we'll open it up for public comment. If anybody has a public comment, please come up, state your name. All right, no public comment. All right, well then, Lake Region, we're ready for you. You just want to come up and say your name and speak with us.
Shay Hanisak. I'm the regional coordinator for the Lake Region Solid Waste Authority. But this is more of an administrative process. We did a public hearing earlier in the year where we had done the 5-year revision that we're required to do by the state of the solid waste management plan. And then we expanded our region to include Shawnee County. So really what we had to do then was to take the existing plan, which we had just revised, and add a section for Shawnee County and then make some minor modifications in order to be able to provide data that was on a regional level. But ideally, everything that was included in Linn County's portion of the plan didn't change from earlier in the year. But we are required to hold a public hearing in case anybody wants to have a say on it, has questions about it, or anything along that lines. So it's more of an administration process today, and unless anybody has any major objections or questions, it's just a matter of approving the plan. There's a resolution that you sign, and then I submit that to the state, and that shows them that all 7 counties are now included and have approved the information that's on the plan.
Okay, so just for a procedural deal on that, I think the chair needs to state that he's opening the public hearing for the Lake Region Solid Waste Authority plan. Ask for any public comment, hear that comment if there is, and then once you're done, close the hearing before you take action on these things.
Right now, we'll open it for the hearing for the Lake Region Solid Waste Authority plan. And we say if they have any questions or
Yeah, ask if there's any public comment.
any public comment, questions, concerns. All right, we will then close the public hearing. Do you have a resolution on you?
So I do.
Yes, we've already modified it for your files, yeah.
2024-37.
Right, I've got that resolution, and then we also have, we can do that in a separate motion. There's a
So
signature page on their budget that we need to sign off on for the year too.
we need to close the hearing.
I did close
Oh,
the hearing.
sorry.
Where was that? Where's that at?
It's under, hang on.
Isn't it? I know.
It was under the general,
Oh, okay.
so. Sorry.
I think it's my computer. I have problems with it too.
It's touchy. Got your sensitivity turned up. What am I missing?
All right, well, I'll make a motion that we approve resolution 2024-37, which is the adopting the Lake Region Solid Waste Management Plan.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The other thing we had was their budget, which we've looked at months and months ago. We just need a signature on their budget sheet. It's already, the budget itself has already been approved.
That back.
I'll make a motion that we've already approved their budget, but we're just signing the approved budget proposal.
Or even to approve and sign, or however you'd like to put it, but it has been approved.
Make a motion that we approve and sign their budget proposal for 2025 for the Lake Region Solid Waste Authority.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Are you needing to take this with you today?
I can just take a copy.
Okay.
That's fine.
Because
That
I
would
say
be,
I
you can
need-
keep the original.
I need an original put in the files, but we can make a copy in here, or I can scan and send it to you, however you want to do
Will
it.
you get it to me today?
I can do that.
That would be really nice because I would like to close out my year-end stuff and give everything that I need to the state.
Hey, while you're here, do you have, so we're actually working on our transfer station and our landfill and all this stuff. Is there any way or anything you can help us with, any direction, any grants, anything like that you know of?
Other than the one from K-State, they do their solid waste management plan where you can try and tap into that. I mean, it's not going to cover the large portion because I get it. You're talking millions of dollars to be able to do that. But you could potentially put in for funding for a portion of it or maybe related to the equipment. Because I know you have the whole plan mapped out. I've seen kind of the outline of what the original concept was. If you were to take a part of it and say, like, obviously we've got this much invested in it, would you contribute, $50,000 towards equipment for this? Or
What is the limit
these
on
things?
that type?
You know what, we've had that discussion in part of the committees and the reviews is where do we limit it out? Because we'll have people who come in and ask for, $800 for something. And then you have somebody that comes in and asks for 250,000 and we kind of go, how do we do that? So I think that's more of a discussion that happens is that on most of those ones, you only have to commit. The solid waste one is a really good one because you only have to commit, I believe, 25% match on that one. Maximum is 50 on the KDHE grants anyway, that you come in with in a large project like that. So I would say you'd at least be able to put in for 50,000 on something. I mean, I know in the large scale of the project, it's not a lot, but at least it could cover a portion or a piece of equipment that you're investing in or.
Have you sent that over to me?
Yeah, I did before, but it's not a problem. I can send it to you again when that opens back up or information to that. And I'll keep my eye out, like, I don't know, grants that are coming up or small things, because sometimes you're not going to get the whole thing covered. We love that when that happens.
Ones I've noticed, I'm on that board, but the ones I've noticed is the smaller grants.
Yeah, but sometimes you just say, I just need help with this part. And those little things, they add up to a large amount that, takes a chunk off of being able to do something like this. Because this is one of those, you need to do it.
We've neglected it.
But it also costs a lot of money that comes into doing these things. Yeah. No, I keep my eyes out to be able to see grants that are coming up within the industry or things like that. Sometimes the federal ones come down. Gotta say, I do not want to be the person that's applying for the federal grants because that's a whole other level of, when you have to fill all that stuff in. But sometimes those also have great opportunities in there as well, especially when they're looking at rural communities, because a lot of times urban centers are the ones that there's a ton of resources and people and everybody's enthusiastic. And sometimes we get a little bit more attention because it's more difficult for us to complete logistics. How do you get people to one location, or how do you create multiple locations to try and serve the communities and have all of that? So absolutely, I'll be on the lookout and keep looking for those things for you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shay.
The next thing we have is this Fulton invoice that's been kind of lingering for a while.
Yeah, so this is one we processed the payment, a couple months ago, month ago. Excuse me. And you guys had asked for some more information at one point on that. So I think I sent you another copy of the email that I got from Forest Roads, that company that went through a description of the work that was done. But they are calling, wondering about their payment now. So we need to get something figured out on this.
So this is for the,
For Trish Voth.
yeah, about the solar stuff,
Yep.
Yes.
which Gary entered into the contract with her, or because I don't think, did we ever have a motion or anything to enter into a contract with them
So
at a certain price or anything? Do you recall?
There was never a price
I moved-
listed.
I moved to hire her. You seconded the motion. It passed 2-1.
My concern is on the bill on some things that, she talked about a certain, well, filling out a sample conditional use permit by talking to one commissioner.
I've never received anything. I mean, what was the?
I've never seen the sample conditional use permit, but I don't know who did she talk to, I guess is my question.
I talked to her over the phone about that. I asked her if she could provide me with a sample one, but I've never received anything. I've talked to her one time I texted her one time, asked her to call me, and that was all we had talked about was, cause I wanted to see how, so we were asking the solar company to provide us with one, and cause they stood up here and they told us they didn't really do that, but we're trying to get answers, and I had talked to her about providing one, but I got no results from her out of anything.
And then some things on her billing when she went out, she don't have any hours on each time that but hers don't even coincide with Gary. Gary shows he's talking to her in December, and what she sees, she quit talking to Gary in November. I think we need to bring Gary into this and see, to where we can, because we paid for Gary. And on Gary's log summary, it's in December, he shows on his log summary that he talked to her. And I think if I looked right on her billing, she quit talking in November. Is the last of hers. I'd like to see it more of a detailed bill and how many hours she spent on it. Just like that, Danny, I don't think she can go and charge us for talking to one commission on that type of deal because we are a 3-board commission.
Well, I don't know. I mean, we hired her as a consultant, correct? I mean, what was the conclusion of her consult?
Well, I think if we can go back, and I can go back and find it if we want to. When we was talking about the putting hold on the solar, when we sent it back, and Gary even made the mention, I said something about talking to her, and Gary said, "Oh, that won't be a huge amount because we hadn't used her." I mean, it was out here in this meeting, we talked about that. And I don't know, $48,000 bill is a huge bill.
No, I agree, but
And then she gives us a 33% loyalty discount. Is a courtesy discount or loyalty discount? I'm confused, I guess, David, until she breaks it down to me on hours and the rate she shows in that. I don't know where she come up with those rates at, the hourly rates. Because the letter that came from one of them that you have, I don't know exactly where it's at, but he states what these hourly rates are.
Yeah, I don't remember the rates without.
We can go back to when
How do we sit on our county councilor budget for the year?
we should have plenty. I mean,
Counselor budget has almost 27,000 left in it for the year. No, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong line item. That's planning and zoning. Counselor budget has almost 100,000 left in it for the year. I will just add to the urgency on this. Now that we've had the bill for about 2 months, they did send one a few days ago that shows late fees being added on.
32%.
Well, it went a year before we got the first one.
I'm just confused
I
on what,
understand.
I'm just
trying to
confused
get
on
the
what
information.
her results were, what she did, because I don't recall ever talking to her after maybe once or twice.
Talked to her in executive session one time on the phone, and then an executive session meeting that she drove back here one time. That's the 2 times I talked to her.
Okay. I talked to her on the phone twice
I
for
talked,
less than an hour and a half.
I
Okay.
texted her one time and then got a phone call, asked her to call me and asked her to see if she could provide.
That
me
don't
with
add up to
some-
$33,000 worth of work. I mean, if we put is what I'm saying, Jason, and I don't.
I
You
understand.
can call her and talk to her. I mean, that was fine because that was the options we had, but I don't know where the work came in at. Gary, if you go back and look at Gary's logs, I believe if I added it up, Gary has like 10 hours of talking to her. So there's 10 hours, on his summary log that he has 10 hours of around that. And I'm rounding it off. I don't know the exact figure. I could find that off his, because he sent his log summaries to us. And he shows he talked to her in December and we paid him for it. And I think her stops in November.
You guys want to do?
I'd like to see more of a detailed summary of and who she actually talked to and how long was spent on each item. Why, it even shows that she was talking to the solar companies on some of them. And did we tell her to go talk to the solar company?
I don't recall that.
I don't think we did either. And she's talking, and it states in her log summary that she's talking to solar companies.
I mean,
Is the way I read it. Did you read it that way?
At the end of the day, I'm just still confused on what the company did for us. I mean, did they consult with Gary and keep us from doing something or advise us anyway? Because I don't recall, do you?
They gave us advice on various matters.
$48,000?
I'm not saying that's what,
Because I thought it just kind of fell off the map for the longest time.
it blew me away when I saw it too. I'm not,
Where does somebody charge you $48,000 and give you a 33% discount right off the bat?
I don't know, bro. It's like that business.
I don't understand that one.
So what's our options here, David? We don't pay it.
We are starting to get late fees now. They're already working on another project for us that I hired them for to take care of an open records deal. And although I don't have anything official on that, my understanding is if we don't pay this soon, they're going to want some retainer money up front on that one to finish it. So I'm just relaying information here. I'm not.
Well, can we send them a certified letter stating our objection to their invoice? Is that a good process? I mean, is that a legal question?
I don't know how I can advise you options on this when you're talking about dealing with a law firm.
So on the Open Records Act, or the people that requested it, do they pay for the legal fees on this, or how?
They will be paying for it. I mean, we will pay it and then they'll get a bill to pay us back. It's the way open records work. So yeah, it's not our money that we're going to be out on that one.
Are we guaranteed to get that? I mean, once we go and do all this work, are we guaranteed that we get that money back?
Well, I believe the way or at least the way it's typically handled is we get the money before we release the information to them.
So we're spending money for this and
What-
hoping they pay us, I guess.
What are you anticipating the bill on the court request is going to be?
I don't know. So far, all I've seen on it is a few $100s, but at several $100s an hour, it doesn't take long to rack up a big bill with a law firm.
What I don't see is, I mean, my question is on this, hiring this law firm, we don't have a dollar figure in anything that we hired them for.
Yeah, that's whatever
I mean, there is nothing in our records that states what we hired them per hour for. So I mean, that's a question I would like Gary to answer for us. How did we get ourselves in this position where we're at?
So
Because he was our legal counsel, right? I voted against it. I understand that, but I'm still saying is where are we at with it now?
well, they didn't give me any.
We can't do business behind closed doors. It should be stated out in the open what we put per hour, per hourly rate.
So can we send them a letter just stating our refusal to pay and try to get a hold of Gary and get
That's
this
fine.
done? You good with that?
I'm good with it, but I just want to see where, what our agreement is.
Can you guys list something out of exactly what you want in the letter?
We're not paying you until you tell us the details. Signed commission.
Well, I'd like to know where
So-
what we decided on an hourly rate.
Hourly rate, discrepancies in detail provided versus.
Gary's detail versus hers.
Is that what you're asking for?
Will you agree? Do we need that?
Yeah,
Okay, I mean,
I'm just trying to put it into words for David.
right.
Yes, I agree.
And why Gary's got some bills in December and she has none, I think hers ends in November.
You don't
Okay, those 3 items.
Can you email me something with that and I'll.
Hang on. Yep.
Like I said, I'm not trying to argue with you guys about this. I want to get something settled.
I understand that. And I mean, I realize she did, like she drove back there too. I mean, I understand that she has some cost in the deal. I understand that, but where does, well, I guess $48,000 bill is a huge bill.
Okay.
So we're determining.
The hourly rate,
You're writing it right now?
I'm sending it to David like he asked.
Oh,
So, I mean, right? Isn't that what you?
yeah, sure.
You're doing good.
You don't want me writing it.
So how the hourly rate was determined? What were our other ones? The discrepancies.
From our counselor to your billing. And just like talking to the solar companies, I don't know. I guess like I said, the only information I got was the 2 executive sessions.
I mean, I don't know I don't know where the results are or where the contract ended or anything.
I have never seen the sample,
No, either. She never did it.
Okay, being charged for her talking to the solar companies.
mhm.
What was
There was
the last
one other thing I guess we could go to. there was a contract shown in executive session, but then there was a redacted version I got approached with that was sent out, a redacted version, and I still don't have the redacted version. It was sent out to some landowners in Linn County.
That was part of an open records request. I've got the redacted one somewhere in here.
I mean, I'm just saying that was,
So our other issue was what was completed?
Yeah, results.
results from this work.
Okay. Those are our items.
And I would like to, I guess my question is, who instructed her? What was her, what did she go off instructions for the conditional use permit? We're a commission, we're not just one person. So I mean, I don't know that she can go spend 16 pages worth is what she said she spent, and however long that took,
For something we never received.
that we never received. So you have the redacted version, but do we have the original contract?
I have not found the original anywhere. I've got a copy of a redacted.
Does it state anything in that redacted that, on price?
I don't think so, but I don't remember. I'm looking for where I have it in here now. All right, so here is, and I got the redacted version from Gary, who got it from Boston Siefkin. While this initial engagement is on an hourly rate basis, I'm always open to providing future. There's no rate listed there. There's an attachment to it that says their standard terms of engagement. Professional fees. It just lists ranges. Currently, our hourly billing rates range from $270 to $965 for our attorneys, $105 to $390 for legal assistance, and secretarial $75 per hour. But that's going to depend on which attorney's working on something because their rates are all different. So there's nothing that spells out in this whose rate is how much.
Any more questions or? So we're gonna send them a letter stating our concerns and
Go from there.
because right now they just think we're not paying it, right? And they keep sending us late fees.
Pardon me?
Right now they don't know that we're against paying their invoice. They just keep paying and they just think we're not paying it.
I've talked to them
Oh, you have talked to
2
them?
or 3 times over the last couple of months because I told them we had it and they wondered about the check and they said, well, the commission decided they wanted to hold it. They wanted more information. That's when I got that email from Forrest that I sent you that had a description. So now they've started calling again because that's been almost 2 months at this point and we haven't done anything.
Well, it was a year before we got the first bill.
I know. I'm trying to get this wrapped up is all
I
I'm
know.
doing.
Okay.
It's been over a year since the service was started.
And I just got Jason's email with what you're talking about here, so I will get that into a form of a letter and get it out this afternoon. Also just emailed Forrest back from the one where he did give the description and say that we needed to see a detailed bill, so. But I know they're wanting to hear from me today to see if there's a check coming or not, so I have something to tell them now.
Tell them Merry Christmas. Come on, guys, laugh. Stop being serious. All right. Well, that's taken care of for now. All right, Sean, we have an executive session for you.
I think I can help cut that down. If we can do 5 instead of 10 minutes, I think I can give you 5 minutes to get you back on track.
Okay.
Who all do you need in there?
3 commissioners, myself and David,
We'll have Ally.
for non-elected personnel.
Are you good with Ally coming in?
That's fine by me. That's your decision.
I think she needs to be involved.
It's a non-elected personnel issue. 5 minutes.
I'll make a motion to go into executive session with Sean West for 5 minutes for non-elected with the 3 commissioners, David and Ally.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
For you guys to pass around before we get there, when we talk about Jesse looking at those numbers. He's got all his details there. If that's something you guys are interested in looking at as we get to that transfer discussion.
We did have some action from executive session, Sean.
Commissioners, at this time, I would ask that you terminate the employment of Casey Jensen for violation of county policy.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second. Motion been moved and second. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Are you ready to finish the land or the park discussion?
I think so. Are you guys? Yep.
So you're saying that because of all of our sites not being on,
I'm saying there's no way, there's no negative to having them all on the site. So right now, we have one on site, right? On Airbnb
Yep.
that is available. We have 7 of them. But to be able to rent any other time, you have to call into the marina and rent it between the 9 and 5 hours or whatever that the marina hours are. Any other time, and then you have to show up there to be able to get in, get the key, get situated, and get all that stuff.
Uh-huh.
I got a question for this, Danny, the
Yep.
way we're set up now, if we do that, you're wanting camping and everything that way?
No, well, I don't know if you can. I think you can do camping. I think that'd be kind of difficult on Airbnb.
I'm just saying,
I
when
think
we
that'd
got
be
that
hard.
full-time camping there, that wouldn't work with the camping, because I don't know
Right.
how you would do that one. That's
But the Airbnb is just for the cabins.
just for the cabins.
Yeah.
Okay.
So then on Airbnb, I mean, you're able to, let's pull up an example of it. I'll just get on one so you can see it. Once you rent one,
Do we pay fees with Airbnb?
14%. They send our taxes to,
How much did you say?
14%.
14%.
Above
it
what,
ends up being about 14%.
above what our charges are, or do they take?
Correct.
Above our-
We make a little extra on it. I added in for laundry, cabin cleaner, that kind of stuff. And then they take 14% of the total is about what it is. It depends on how long they're staying.
Do they add 14% on, or do they take 14% of ours?
They take it before they pay us. Is that
So
what?
they're taking so if it's $100,
Right,
they take $14 of the $100 if our charge was $100.
correct.
So,
basically.
so it's taken from what our fees are. So we actually make less on Airbnb than we do the others.
No,
no, they just will put it in
No.
a
Just
price
added
and
more
they
to it.
I have a higher price. I charge a $30 cleaning fee, and I charge, I can't remember another, I don't know, 12, you'd have to get online and look. I charge, my minimum is they have to stay there at least 2 nights. We're not gonna make all those beds up and all that for less than 2 nights a week, or 2 nights. But there's another fee, and then they take taxes out. It's like a service fee, and then they take out taxes, and they send the taxes to the federal and the state government. They pay those for us out of that money. So in the long run, we get about 14% less. So, yeah, I mean, I could give you a guy stayed this weekend. It was him, and I also charged for extra guests. More guests, the more money on Airbnb, not in the cabins on a normal basis.
Does the extra money cover the extra expense for our part?
I believe so. That's the way I figured it.
Okay.
My mom was a CPA, so I tend to click numbers a lot, kind of a bean counter.
I don't
So-
know.
I was just wanting to make sure we was
Yeah, I know.
extra cleaning and,
You are,
Okay.
yeah, cause Tim, we got $182 for 2 nights this last weekend. We normally charge, $60 for a cabin, $64.50. So yes, and we ended up getting, but the longer they stay, like that cleaning fee is spread over however many days they
Right.
stay. So if they stay 6 days, it's only $5 a day for the cleaning fee, but if they stay 2 days, it's $15 for each day for the.
so we clean them every day, no matter how many days they're there.
I only have a cabin cleaner that comes in usually on Monday unless I need her. She comes in after the weekends. Weekends are our busiest time. Robert and I clean cabins in between time, and the marina clerk when I have a marina clerk. When we don't have more than 2 cabins to clean, I only call my cabin cleaner in if I have at least 3. So we have 1 cabin cleaner that probably works average of 6 to 7 hours a week right now.
If we put all of the Airbnbs on, or all the cabins on Airbnb, how much more will that increase our cabin cleaning? The cost of our cabin cleaning?
I would think, I don't know, I think we'd,
Well, you're gonna have to hire more people, plain and simple, and you're gonna have to buy more washers and dryers. I can't do 14 beds with 1 washer and 1 dryer. That's clear up at the brown shop at the top of the hill. It's a mile and a half away.
well, I think you'd have to have, I don't think we should be allowing people to bring in their own bedding and all that stuff anyway, putting on the beds, but
You don't think that what?
we should be allowing people to bring their own bedding in like that and putting on the beds.
Well,
Like, we
it's
should
worked
be
pretty well
providing-
for years, but that's, yeah.
Well, I've had phone calls about,
You said that, but you know what? When was that?
a couple months ago.
That's the only time I've had them in 3 or 4 years. And every cabin has them. Every hotel has them.
Well, I guess what I want to see is if we do go to this with Airbnb, I want a spreadsheet to see what it's going to take money wise to get set up to put them all on Airbnb.
It doesn't, it might,
You need to know what you want and staff to do it.
I can't even find the
Staff and
cabins.
the cost of washers and dryers, electricity, laundry soap,
I agree with you, Jim.
cabin cleaner.
I mean, we got to know where we're going with this.
And all I'm saying is that our previous reports that we had showed that we were making more money per cabin on the ones not on Airbnb.
But, okay,
Well, I can see what Danny's saying.
I do too.
Like, if 3 people came and there's only 1 there, they're not going to mess with it because they don't know if they can even get there or not.
I understand.
I see what he's saying.
I see the valid point he's making as well. I'm just,
But I want to know.
Okay, your other problem I have is like Danny bringing up some friends or whatever that wanted to rent the cabin on the after hours. We aren't open 24/7.
yeah, but an Airbnb, you
Just
can't.
wait, I'm
you
asking
can
a
be-
question. Are you gonna supply me with computers at home so then I can accept reservations from home?
I mean, if that's what you need, you got a county phone.
Well, I would have to. My county phone doesn't have Airbnb on it, but that's kind of hard to look at.
I mean, I
guess
think
can-
no matter what we.
Here's a weird thing. Airbnb can't talk to us except through, they can send emails to my phone, but I cannot read the email messages until I get to work because it's on our main computer at work. And so I have it on the computer at work and I don't even know for sure what somebody said and I can't reply to them until I get back to work.
Well, I don't understand why that is because I can answer mine on my phone. Why can't you answer it on yours?
It's
must
got,
be something the way
it's not a regular text. It comes through Airbnb. And they don't allow me on my phone, when I get the text, to reply to the person.
So it's on their side that we can't.
It has to be on their side.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm. So if we're closed on the weekends in the winter, but in the summer, I can always call the marina clerk and ask her. But right now, I can't.
So right now they're charging Airbnb our price is what?
What now?
What is our prices?
Well, I just rented it to 3 guys for 2 nights, and it was $180 or $182.50 is what we got. Airbnb took their portion, and the taxes were pulled out of there. and we normally charge $64.50. So that's with tax. So if you look at $60 versus $180, or $30 more per night for a 2-night stay, then it's more money. Again, the longer they stay, that lower that number becomes that we get, because that cleaning fee is spread across that too, and the other service charge fee. You know, the Civic Plus says they might be able to do cabins too, but they're fairly expensive for even camping. And back to Firefly, they could do cabins, but they still can't do the parking. And I called Ventec, and Mackenzie is the one I always talk to about prices. She said, if we just go to parking and boat slips on the Ventec machine, they will not go down. Their price is $1,395 a year for us for support and updates and whatever else. So our option, Civic Plus, just to put the campsites on I told them that we bring in about $92,000 a year for average for the last 3 years for camping fees. That was an average for the last 3. He said, so this is Nick Glasgow. He's from up in Overland Park. He's not the guy you guys talked to like a couple weeks ago. So he said, based off of what we're looking at, about $8,000 for our first year, which includes training and getting everything set up, and then $3,500 a year going forward. But he said, parking is more of a question mark that I would like to dive into a demo with some questions and answers on what would work for you and what would not. So he would like to come in and do a presentation for you, but that's fairly expensive. So.
I mean, back to the Airbnb thing, I just don't understand why we want to do it. I mean, here's kind of like what, if you wanted to rent something, so you click on it, it tells you what it is, tells you all the details about it, tells you, the amenities. I mean, it tells you everything you need to know. And you go through and you can like choose if cancellation, the availability, you click on it and they do the calendar for you. Like they block it all out. They increase and decrease the rates with the demand. So right now our cabin's $81 a night on there.
Have you thought of, I know you don't like the idea of the bedding, Danny, but have we thought of renting the other or some of the other cabins out without bedding, and they have to bring their own bedding, because you do that on some Airbnbs too, and some with bedding, and see if this is actually going to increase our revenue or it's not. And then, I mean, I don't know if that's a solution or not, just a thought. But I have to, in the long run, I could put together what I think it's going to cost in staff, and
I think that's what we need to see. Staff, equipment.
Staff, where are we going to put the washers and dryers? Kind of where I
And can we get a updated breakdown of what we've had for rentals on the cabins versus the Airbnb? Total and the
on Airbnb
versus
or on both?
Both.
Total was 717 cabins rented out.
But I mean, can you provide that with that on that spreadsheet?
I can break it down, sure. Not a problem.
Thank you, Sherry.
What does it take to clean a cabin? 20 minutes?
Oh, no, more than that. We got bathrooms, we got sinks, we got, takes about At the least 45 minutes and probably at the most an hour. Depends on who's been in. When we have hunters, it's always more of a mess. If it's rained, it's going to be a mess. If they have dogs, it's going to be more of a mess. So
Do
it
we
just,
charge extra for pets?
do what? We do. We charge $30. Up to 2 dogs in a cabin at $30. So if they have 1 or 2, it's still $30.
Okay.
I don't know. You guys know where I'm at on it. I mean, no matter what we do, there's going to be pushback on it. I mean, that's all we get. And we are not up for time out there. I mean, if you're looking for Airbnb driving down 69 highway and you have to bring your own bedding, like you're going to go to the ones in Lacey or right off the exit instead. I mean, I don't understand why we wouldn't do it. I mean,
Well, I'm just saying, if you want to go to Airbnb to start with, without betting until we figure out, first let me figure out the salaries and how many people I think I'm going to need. I mean, I don't know that we're still going to be able to be available 24/7. So if you want to try Airbnbs without betting until then we don't have that problem about the cost. But that, whatever you want to do.
Let's get the numbers and look at it again.
Okay.
All right.
I can do that.
but I would like to make a decision on this. It's a no-brainer to me. I don't understand it, but I mean, if we have somebody that we need at the cabin, they have a check-in time, they have a check-out time. The time they check out, we have a cleaning lady there. Say it takes 45 minutes and every single cabin's, and that's a full day's worth of work, right? I mean,
I still need more than one cabin cleaner. You can't expect a cabin cleaner to work for you 7 days a week.
well, I mean, but there's not gonna be 7 days a week worth of work there, is what I'm saying.
It will in the summer, but I have to have can't expect somebody just to jump up and run down there and clean a cabin unless they live nearby.
No, I mean, I think.
One cabin for $13 an hour,
Well, no, it's going to have to be more structured. Right now, it's not structured at all.
Oh, you don't think it's
Well,
structured?
you just told me that you'd run up there and clean it if it was.
I
one
do
cabin.
when there's less than 1 or 2.
But you're not a cabin cleaner. You're supposed to be managing the park, running the park.
It's the only way I can run the park.
I understand that, but then you come in here and tell us we're hindering the lake up there because we're not doing this. Well, I'm trying to do that, and it's not about pushback from everybody. We are way beyond. We
I
are
never said
back in 1940 before cell phones existed, running the park out there. Like it's not. It doesn't make sense to me. If we're gonna put money into it, let's do it. Let's try to generate some kind of income out there.
You're actually making money up there.
We just spent $145,000 on the lagoons.
And in the last 4 years, 21.
I'm not arguing with you. I am telling you, like I look at the
I'm
numbers, I
just
know
gonna
what we're
give you
doing.
some
We
facts,
are
man.
not in the positive out there this year. We're not.
You are arguing with me. And the last 4 years,
That's my job. So I'm not.
Okay,
I'm not,
so the
it's
gains for
I'm
the
done
park-
talking about it.
the gains for the park for the last 4 years was $183,679.43.
Okay.
Of that money, you bought us a $12,000 mower and your lagoon. And if I take those out of the money, there's still a $30,000 gain after expenses in the last 4 years. So,
What about all the cabin updates?
huh?
What about all the cabin updates?
Cabin updates?
Yeah,
What do you mean?
we've done a lot of updates out there since I've been here in the last 5 years.
No, they did most of it during COVID. And since then,
It doesn't matter. I'm saying.
I'm getting
not-
ready
I'm
to
not-
have
I'm
my
not taking
cabin.
away from you. I just don't think that we are running it correctly out there.
You understand how much staff I have out there, right?
I understand that.
How many do I have?
You have part-time that live on the camp or in the site, right?
No.
That kind of look after the site. That's what I've always
know.
been told.
Well, unfortunately, the part-time that we had on the site left us. One of those parties that I brought in a resignation for because, and we have been able over the years to get part-timers to work for us that live there. But again, these are retirees and at some point they decide to retire.
Yeah, I mean, I agree.
I can't blame them at all. So we will bring in the numbers you've asked for next week. And then I also, with the numbers, we've already discussed what we want to roll over. And we're in agreement with at least rolling it over, if not where to put it. And then, we'll bring you what you asked for next week and try to close this out. Call Valley is here. Do you want to do this from the podium, or would you like me to move the table up and set up for a discussion up front with you?
Whatever you want to do, whatever.
Discussion up front.
You guys have to vote on the price increases and approve that, or you guys are good with that?
Well, they were good with it. We just had to type the resolution.
Okay. Okay, and then they approve that.
Yep.
Thank you. Merry Christmas.
You too, Sherry.
All right.
Okay. I think we had some questions, and I think Randy, he was unavailable here for last week, unfortunately, but he did watch the meeting, and he had some at least clarifications for you that might help you make this decision. One of them was on rock pricing.
Yeah, I mean, specifically to back, you were kind of going through line items, and one of the comments that I remember was, well, we can purchase rock cheaper than what the contract was saying. The trick is when we get into, and I brought contract documents if we need to go into those, but the line item for per ton for rock isn't strictly the purchasing of the rock. So that's them
And all that.
compacting subgrade, and then purchase, haul, and placement. And I talked to the contractor, said, you know, we've got additional tonnage in there. Actually, in the bid process, it got brought up. Well, based on the exact area you have called out, you've got more tons than what calculates out. And I said, absolutely. I assume that when we're done, you're going to want that site to look nice, and they're going to do damage to existing areas that have rock on them. So I added in some extra tonnage. Now the contractor, in the course of doing work, inevitably once they get the grading done, there's going to be rain. There's going to be stuff where they're going to have to place some rock, and you can't, if you take the rock completely out of the project and you guys do all of it yourself, then you're going to have to reimburse them somewhat for that because they're expecting that to be in there. But I talked to them and they said, well, if we want to have you guys clean the site up when it's done and place most of the rock, that could probably be worked out. Ultimately, the way this works is we pay actual amount. So they provide tickets to us, and whatever they place is what they get paid for. So if we want to go that route and say, hey guys, we want you to do bare minimum on the rock, that's fine. Same thing would go for the AB3, just wouldn't work. The AB3 is sub-base for heavy duty concrete. So it's the slab outside of the facility, the drive lanes, the slab itself inside the facility. So that most of that price is not purchasing. It's absolutely placement. But those are just some things. If there's other line items we want to discuss, we can go through. Ultimately, I mean, for a drive-through pit like what we're talking about, it's a lot of the price is your major concrete walls. That's not stuff inexperienced crews can handle. It's very technical work. My understanding, you kind of brought up local subs. The contractor who won the bid doesn't do a lot of subs. They do a lot of, especially a project like this. They've got their own concrete crew. A lot of the soils they acted like they planned on doing themselves, but the answer I got was a little unstraightforward. He said he definitely, where applicable, they're going to use local subs, but most of it they're doing them in-house, which is good, because then you don't have to worry about any fighting with the contractor with subs and stuff that sometimes goes on a project like this. But
You guys got any questions? So I guess where I want to start is, so you're Randy with Call Valley, right?
yes,
So, okay, so there was a feud last week, we'll just call it that, between myself, and the engineer that was here. And when he left, he said he was terminating all contracts. So did that include this? I just want to be sure that it's two totally different things and we're on.
I can clear that part up because I talked to our council last Friday, and he is speaking with management and executives for their company today and tomorrow. So that issue is being resolved through your council and would not be resolved with him whatsoever. It's,
I just want to be
for
sure
lack of a better term,
a clean
it's
slate.
above us.
Okay.
It's above us, and it is being
and
handled.
ultimately, I am aware of what went on. I reached out to Sean and said, look, my job in June when we discussed this was we want to get a transfer station pushed through. I'm going to help you guys get that.
I just want to be sure we're on a clean slate and there's no hate between each other. So
We're good. I messaged Sean and said, whatever you need on Monday, you want me down there. Let's do it. I want to answer whatever questions you guys have got. I mean, ultimately, I know we've got a contractor kind of hanging, hoping that this is a go, because this is a great project for them. If this doesn't go, they're left with a big hole in their schedule that they're hoping gets filled. It doesn't, but they don't have to worry about a hole in their schedule. So I understand a lot of your questions were about other items that are outside of what I believe my scope is. The transfer station itself, construction wise, is what I could really help you with. The other means and stuff.
yeah, I mean, there was a lot of stuff just kind of compiled together. So,
Yeah.
But I just wanted to be sure that we're all on the same page on that issue. But,
Yeah, no, we're good on that side. I want to help you guys get this pushed through no matter what. I engineer a record as far as the original design, so I'm going to have to be involved in construction one way or another, just about no matter what.
So it's a $1.7 million job, correct?
Yeah, yes, yeah. I don't have the bids.
Like 765.
Yeah.
595.
And then the engineer, to have you guys, he had stated you guys would be if we wanted you guys as an on-site engineer daily.
Yep, we can provide that for material testing and inspection. You're going to need that no matter what for this kind of work. Yeah, I believe in my original estimate, I didn't bring all that packet with me, but if I remember right, it was around 91,000 is what I had estimated. How our firm and any of our competitors would operate, it's an estimate at that, and it's time and materials, because it's really hard for us to gauge what our need is going to be based on contractor practices, and that's ultimately how much we're needed is based on what they're doing. So,
Right. My biggest concern is just, as you know, is, having a fast answer for RFIs and things like that. If you, you don't have an engineer or architect there, it's kind of weeks and weeks. And
no matter what, you're going to need me for those, no matter, or my team. And PKMR was the mechanical engineer for the electrical stuff. It was our in-house structural for the structural side of things. So yeah, no matter what. No. And that's, I told Sean right away, I'm planning on.
So you guys do like concrete testing and samples and things like that. And
Yep.
that's all included in that.
We can do that also, yes.
Which if we didn't
Is
have
that included in that number? The 91?
91,000 is, yes, is material and observation, material testing and observation, yes.
So I know one thing that we ran into over here on the Judicial Center before it ever started was soil samples. Is that part of?
Yeah.
That's all part of that?
That would all be part of it, yep.
Should ask.
And for the original design, we did geo, so we're geotechnical investigation. There's a full report as part of the contract documents. In theory, we know what we're going to find. Now, I say that we poked 4 or 5 holes in a large area that we're going to be doing work in. So sometimes there's unknowns that you find out there, but to the most part, all the soils we find will fall in a favorable range that's usable. The contractor supplied field that's called out on the in the contract documents, that's up to them to meet what's called out on the plans. We say what's an acceptable type of soil. But yeah, any of that testing, all that will be part of that 91,000 feet.
And then you guys take care of submittals and all that stuff and the pay apps and.
So all that would go under services by the design engineer. When I say it pretty much has to be me staying involved. That's part of that scope. Yeah.
So how do you determine, do they do like a schedule of values with you, or how do they, do they break down their contract and you go out and say, yeah, you're 20% done? Is that how they do that?
Yes, that's our on-site inspector, keeps tabs. Standardly, how Coal Valley operates is we ask the contractor to submit what they're requesting to be paid for, but it's up to our inspector. And when you're looking at known values, the rest are estimations on percent complete. And that's all called out again in the contract documents. We have a schedule of how we are going to pay each line item. The rock, like you were talking about, is per ton. So that's a very known value. It's very easy for us to determine. Other things that are lump sums, it's a percent complete, and we can all come to an agreement. Yeah, the idea is, and then on top of that, there's money withheld from the contractor automatically, 10%. That way, if there's an issue, we haven't, no matter what.
Is that per payout? You guys hold that retainer per payout?
Yeah.
Anybody hold that for a year for their warranty?
Well, once we will hold it until we agree the work is done completely. That'll be the last thing that we agree to pay out.
So do they submit warranty letters? So say if there's an issue a year down the road and they have, 8 months and there's a year warranty on it. Are you guys still?
That's part of, they've signed in the contract
Okay.
documents, and I'm not real sure what the warranty on that is. I think it's 1 year, and then standardly we try to come back in that 9 to 10 month time frame and make sure there's not some glaring thing as a walkthrough.
I know another concern was the lagoon, Sean. Is there any other costs that we need to be aware of besides the total cost 1.7 and then the 91,000 for?
I don't know if the electrical's been completely hashed out on
I spoke to them this week,
okay.
and simply what they told me, they believe that the 3-phase that we're running over, that what we're putting in the new building, that we would not need a new service, that this would be an add-on. But until I did the paperwork, I can't do the paperwork. They can't send someone out there to tell us whether they're just going to move a meter and move power or put in a new meter for the new building. They can't tell us that until I put in the paperwork to request that. I can't put that paperwork in until we finish this.
So can they give you a maximum
I
estimate?
couldn't believe, I've never worked with an electrical provider that operates this way. Yeah, they act like they wouldn't have discussion with me, zero. Until
Yes.
It's everything.
And they called us directly.
Heartland down there.
They called us directly, and I was being led to believe that this was just a semantics as to whether it was a new meter service or an adjustment of the old one, because there is power. We're shutting down the compactor at the old site and using that floor for storage, for recycle. So there's power to be moved over to the new building.
And what we're installing is LED lights, a few receptacles for plugging in a truck at night if it's parked inside or you want to clean something up, whatever, and a lift station that pumps whatever water ends up in the bottom of this facility out. And the lift station, I think, is 240. It's the old phase, but they're not big horsepower pumps.
But they couldn't tell you what.
I
They
don't
pretty much
believe,
refuse
just
to look at
depend
it.
which way we go, whether they call it a new service or a adjusted service, either way we go, I don't think you're talking about a huge expense. And when I say a huge expense, there's always going to be expense to run the line to the new building.
Which is already in our contract documents. We have the electrical service per linear foot, which is placement of conduit, a certain amount of distance. So if that location changes, then it can become longer or shorter. Standardly, the power company supply the wire for service. This is, I was imagining new service. I wasn't imagining the need of a new transformer since our power loads are fairly low. So that was ultimately kind of what because they wouldn't give us answers, I was kind of caught off guard by that. Then that's the conclusion I come to. Contractor supply me a price to bury conduit, and I assume that your fee from the electrical company is going to be minimal, if at all.
And again, they will not come out, and I cannot schedule until we make a commitment to it. They won't put the work into it until
So
we make a decision.
so far, we're talking like 1.9 million, just round figures here on the transfer station, the inspections. Let's say we've got the electrical covered in that. We've got another 407,000 for equipment. So now we're at 2.3.
And
Where's the money coming from?
your equipment is out of your equipment reserve. That should not, how much, David, can you tell us
Give me
we have
just
for
a second.
landfill?
600's coming from ARPA, or 568.
568, but I'm just, before we get down to the details, I'd like to know how we're going to pay for this.
Well, yeah.
Because
I mean, we've
the
already,
details aren't going to matter if we're to look at it
that's
and we
what I
say,
was saying last week on the survey on the raising the sale, because we've already done, I don't know what all this $35,000 worth surveys with Call Valley for. I mean, I'm sure for this and for
Yeah.
that, and now we don't know if we're going to win or how or anything about raising the sale, which was confusing to me.
okay. Because we have that sitting over our head as well, raising the cell.
And
And
the
then,
state requested that, they wanted.
And that's who I got in hold of, and they're supposed to give me an answer as to why they ask for more area to be surveyed for water runoff.
How long are these surveys good for? Does anybody know that?
How long?
I mean, are they, when we're doing a survey, but we don't know if we're going to raise the sale, right?
We know
we
we're gonna
have to
raise it.
raise
I
the
know,
cell.
but we don't know when. Like, we're going to do it 5 years from now, 2 years, next year. We have no idea.
I believe we're gonna have to do it in the next 3 years.
Okay, but is that survey going to be good in the next 3 years? I mean, they keep coming back. They came back last week with how much was the invoice for the survey to make it bigger?
38 was the
So
invoice.
3 years, they're going to come back with another $100,000 survey?
But if we permit this with those documents, then it would be permitted. I don't think it's gonna change once we have it permitted.
And Sean, I think at some point we talked about how much was in equipment reserve for solid waste. Do you have any recollection of that number? Because I can't get to the drive that's saved on from here to look
I
at
do,
it right now.
I do not right off the bat. I know we've had the discussion, but we've had so many here recently leading up to the
Yeah.
end of the year. I know a lot of that would have been paying for container boxes to be rehabbed.
Yeah, and I can't get to it from here. It's on a different drive and I don't have access.
Do I need to make a phone call or go in the other room and?
Nobody else can get to it either. It's my drive on the server, and I can get to the storage drive, but I can't get to mine without
Did
I
you
might be
email
able-
it to me, and can I research an email, or can you?
possibly. I'll look that way.
Because I think in the recent past, you emailed it to me.
Yeah.
Did we have an estimate on what we thought it was going to cost? I mean, beyond the surveys, what it was going to take to price wise to raise that sale?
Until we get that part of that planning done and the permit, that project hasn't been let. So I don't know what the cost would be.
We don't have an estimate though. I don't understand how we can make a decision on anything. We have no estimate. I mean, I can understand the electrical thing. That's one thing, I guess, but is it a million, 2 million?
Well, when you talk about electrical, you're talking about tipping.
No, I'm talking about the lift and the cell. Like, is it gonna, I mean, we're trying to figure out where we're gonna bring the money from, but we don't know how much a cell is gonna cost that we've already spent $35,000 on surveys on. But now we don't know how much it's gonna cost, or if we're gonna do it, when we're gonna do it, and how much it's gonna cost, where the money's coming from. And we're trying to determine where we're gonna take let's say $3 million for this other project. But we don't know how much to raise the cell is gonna cost us.
I do not have a number for raising the cell until the project is bid out.
I mean, what's your guys' thoughts? Am I being too critical, or, I mean,
I'm trying to find my notes. So,
I mean, the last person, or when Tony Malini talked to you about that, if that was one of the things that he discussed with you, what his estimates were, he would have given that directly to you when he had a face-to-face with you. But I never received that in any.
2-year time frame on the cell on raising it.
I'll be gone, don't worry about it. All right, next subject.
And then it's just what we were paying on different modifications and things that way. That's all I have in my notes for.
Once the surveys and everything else is done, it's dirt work. And what that dirt work will cost to move in the dirt necessary and then to build the berm and the water runoff, I cannot answer. And I would have to ask Tony what he thinks a valid estimate before letting it be. But I think part of that would be how much water runoff does the state require?
Yeah, but I mean, I don't understand how we can go into a project like this and not have, I mean, even if they're high estimates, I mean, that's something, we have nothing. And I don't even know what to figure on it. I mean, now we have $200,000 less than what we thought we had in ARPA, which is $500,000 less than when we started talking about this subject. Right? So we have 1.7 million for the transfer station, right?
Yep.
Correct.
That's okay. Then 91,000 for the engineering / project manager, right? And then we have 400, let's say low, $400,000 for the equipment to run it. Right?
Yep. So we're 2.3 million.
And we have $500,000.
$500,000.
Who's
And
gonna
then whatever you got in equipment reserves, if you
We're not
figure that
talking
out.
about our cell expansion and things that way.
that we don't know what that's going to be.
Okay, so from last December,
Because
from last December, I've got that Tony told us it was gonna be 120 for just the vertical expansion. 120,000.
See if I can plug in our wires.
That's what he has.
Based on the extra dirt that may have to be hauled in and other things, if I were you, I would bring that to 150. Just for an estimate if you're gonna do it.
What did we didn't we just do something here?
We had one dug.
Doug, okay.
Yeah, we had one dug by, Bogan, and then we had dug the one, I forget what it was, 60 some, wasn't it, or something?
71 or 67?
Might have been in there somewhere.
42.5.
Hmm.
Nothing. Sorry.
19,000 went to the airport or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, and those two projects were going on when I first showed up. Because he had just finished up the landfill and had started on the airport when I got here.
Well, look, I think we got to stop talking about this and start moving somewhere else because I don't think we got enough money.
I know. I mean, so the cell expansion's a must and within the next 2 years.
Right.
Yeah.
But the transfer stations, I
Well,
can
and
get it if we want it.
And like our peppercorn study said, you know, the new transfer station was going to save us $91,000 a year by consolidating. You know, so 21 years on the building to pay it back on the savings. I mean, have our improvements that we made to the existing transfer station, have they succeeded in keeping that from deteriorating further? Or,
Your concrete is
and
not deteriorating further. What is deteriorating is the quality and lifespan of your compaction equipment.
Which, do we have a price on that?
On the compaction equipment itself, we need to go through, I looked and tried to get an estimate with the company that's repairing them to take the control panels, because basically the unit is a big ram with a cylinder. Okay?
I've said all along, all it is hydraulics.
So
It takes
I
electrical.
tried to get just that price and have not been able to get a price for the new control panel
So
to upgrade those yet.
how many hauling trucks do we have that haul daily to Iowa?
You have 2 trucks running daily, and I think you have a total of 3 to 4 trucks.
And what's the life expectancy on them?
2 of them have been down recently for some time and for larger repairs. But I can't, until I go get you the numbers, I couldn't tell you what they are.
So right now, equipment, which is a must. What's?
I mean, the sustainability of the operation that you have now is the reason we're looking at this study, because this equipment, we're gonna have to soak some money into it. The tipping floor,
Yeah.
we've already put
I
money
think that's
into
gonna, yeah. That's
to
something
keep it going until we can get a fix to it. But the compaction equipment and the transfer equipment, the trucks and things, we are, we're on borrowed time.
So what to do this transfer station? What's the timeline on it?
I gave them till, this is exactly where I brought the contract documents. Once you guys give us a go ahead, it would be, they would get started immediately, and I say that as in the next month or so, they would start organizing and rounding up equipment, prepping the site, and our contract with them says project fully completed by April 1st of 2026.
So 6-7 months.
Year and a half.
Here.
Oh.
I
It's
think
an
that
April.
was- I think
Okay,
I
year
was-
and a half.
I think I was figuring it would.
Oh, yeah, that's bad.
But there's a good chance he'd be operational well before that. We gave them that way, seeding. If they went into next fall, won't have a chance to germinate. So you give them till spring so that we have a chance to see that the seeding come up and stuff. I didn't actually I spoke with the contractor. I didn't ask him what their plans were for jumping on this right away or dragging their feet on it a little bit. It's probably
What-
solid 6 months of park construction. So
So typically, how long would you guys hold this price? 30 days?
that, I mean, I'm sure they're already probably, they're probably submitting, meeting results to their metal building manufacturer. Cause I know the most volatile thing in the pricing is gonna be metal building and the mezzanine structure stuff. Structural steel.
So on the containers right now, what's our total we spent on repairing those?
You're still gonna have your containers though. in case you're gonna
No,
have
yeah, I
to
know. I'm
carry
just trying to get what we spent and what we're.
What we spent total on those? I don't have a number on what we spent total. I know we,
There you go.
I know we should be down to our last container that we just recently fixed, and it was one of the ones that was a 2/3 repair, so it was more expensive than the others. But I took photos and sent it to you. So whatever we're at should be, near completion as far as all those payments.
The trucks, they're on their last leg, you said, the three, or,
I would have to get numbers off of them, but from what I'm getting
I don't know,
from
but
our
like, what do we-
guys, yes.
trying to figure out what our, our route is gonna be.
So should we spend our ARPA dollars on cell expansion and like updating our trucks and things that we have?
That's
Can we spend our ARPA dollars on that?
Yeah, we have to have a decision. to-
I know, but I mean, can we spend on
All we have to
equipment?
do Is have it
Allocated.
allocated there. We don't have to have it.
If we say it's going to solid waste, we're covered from that standpoint, right? But can we buy equipment is what I'm asking.
We'll have 2 years to buy it, so I get it.
Right,
As long as
but-
allocate it towards that.
We can buy equipment?
I can't answer what you can buy with ARPA dollars. I'd have to ask. But my question is, if we allocated it, then my understanding is we have 12 months to get it done and spend it. And I don't think the cell expansion is scheduled for 12 months.
I thought we had 2 years to spend it. I
did
thought
too.
Chesty said we had 2 years.
2026.
Then you would know more than I did about it if that's what she told you was the latest information on it.
Okay, the last update I had there from April, allocated by 2024, used by the end of the year in 26. So we got 2
Okay,
years.
so we have 24 months
But I'm
to spend it out.
saying that we spend it on the cell expansion, and then if we can update equipment with it instead of doing the transfer station, because I just don't see how we're scraping together that much money out of any of the sanitation budgets for the transfer
And
station.
that's what I'm saying. I don't know. We don't know what it's gonna cost to do the. But then we have to have, I mean, the land or the cell expansion, we don't have a price on it. We don't know how long the equipment's gonna last to run like these trucks. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Okay,
I think the trucks you're gonna have to buy over a course of time. You're not gonna be able to just replace all of these trucks. You're gonna have to buy them a year at a time, 2 years at a time.
Do we have
And
that in a plan anywhere, like in the budget?
as far as moving the equipment over, the money to those equipment funds and purchasing them, we're moving over as much as we can to plan for whatever decision you make.
Just going to interject and answer your question. I just talked to Carrie. One, money has to be spent in 2026 and equipment can be purchased.
okay.
Can we purchase any road equipment or anything? Can we do graders or?
Send any equipment.
So we can cover ourselves on equipment. I mean,
Right, but if we earmark it for solid waste,
right.
we're,
We'll be able
Not-
to use it on the cell expansion.
right, but I mean, what I'm saying is we can't buy a road grader.
No, but we're, does it have to be earmarked to go to equipment at solid waste, or can we say equipment?
More information you can provide, the better, she says.
And we have contingency fund.
120K
We do.
left on that.
Ask them if we have to be specific on equipment,
So it's in where the equipment's being used.
whether it's road or solid waste or.
Okay, then down here, major construction, C&D cells 2 through 6.
So contingency,
Closing out those
we've got
cells.
2.5 million in
Expansion,
next year's budget, and
phase.
we've got windfall of 1.3 million. We don't have most of that allocated to anything in particular. It's just kind of a fund there for that we can use.
So we have
One more time, can I get that? David?
2.5 million in contingency for next year.
And 1.3 in windfall.
Okay, we spend all that money, that means we're raising taxes and we're not gonna be revenue neutral, correct?
Well, your choices at that point would be you're spending it and replacing it, which, yes, in that case, you would be raising taxes to replace it. Or you have a much lower balance in those funds going forward and you don't have any reserves for anything else. Try to replace it over a period of years where you're not hitting taxes as hard. I mean, it is there to use if you need to. It's just.
Right, but
If you can't immediately put it back without raising taxes to do it.
that's what I'm saying, that there are costs associated with using that money.
Yes.
And we put a line item in for raising the cell expansions, like we're supposed to every year, but we haven't had one, right?
We filled that bucket, didn't we?
We have a landfill
Closing.
closing that we need money set aside in. I'm looking for another worksheet here. Give me just a second.
We have a landfill closing that, yes, we put money in to cover that was not covered. And now it is up to date. And each year when we figure it, I send it out, have an engineer check our numbers to make sure that we've rolled over enough to keep it current.
But we're only 45 years behind on it.
Well, it's not now. It's up to date.
43.
So
So in the contingency, when I was doing budget for next year, I put in $690,000 in a capital outlay line that is not designated for any particular project. I do not
Which
have
would have been
anything.
like our difference between what we had in
Yeah,
ARPA at that time
probably.
and our initial estimates on what this was gonna cost. Of just less than 1.4 million. But now we're pushing on up. I think we spend the ARPA funds on solid waste and, you know, I know you said to layer the trucks in and stuff that way, but what's the point of that if we have it today to spend on that, why wouldn't we just buy them all?
if you have it to buy and
not create a bigger beast out there with the
and they were,
$1.7 million transfer station.
well, and they were warrantied in newer vehicles, then if you're talking about buying them outright, yes.
Then we have our compaction equipment,
Right,
which we don't have an estimate on that.
right.
But we still don't know what we have in equipment reserve for that
That's
equipment.
fine, but we don't have to touch the equipment reserve if we don't need to. We can use these ARPA funds, get them allocated and spent, and have that special equipment fund sitting back there for the next item down the road, right?
My understanding is we'd have to know what those trucks would cost us.
What'd you find out, Chastity?
As I mentioned, the most specific you can be, the better, but you can do like a wish list and say, these are our 5 items that we would like to purchase per funds.
So if we ended up only purchasing 2 of the 5 we request for fund, so if I,
Yes. And it should
I'm
have
good with
a lot of
doing that
purpose,
myself.
or a lot of-
Can you put together what the trucks would be?
I can find out.
I mean,
Generally, what
ballpark.
I can get you a number.
Yeah.
well, we can have a wish list of $750,000 if we have 500 and
Correct.
figure out which way we want to go with it later in the year,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
I mean, use it as far as for the landfill.
Right. So we got,
I'm
we got
not, for-
150 to 200,000 for the cell expansion. Right? So now we're down to 368,000 to spend.
and whether we use it with updating or looking into updating our, what we have as far as, because we're going to continue using our boxes around the county and we have 8 of them.
Yeah.
So
But that's what I'm saying. We throw on there the trucks, we throw on what we can from that standpoint. And
make our wish list look bigger than 500,000, I think we'll be fine. We can,
that's what I think too.
What do we
And
do?
I think we gotta,
What do we do with the project we're talking about today?
I think it has to be scrapped.
that's what I say. It's way too high for me.
You know, I mean, and like, you know, our initial peppercorn study, we were looking at $1.2 million on it. Our estimate from Call Valley was 1.45. You know, and here we are looking at spending 2 on just this, not counting the equipment
We're almost $700,000 more than what we
originally.
right? Not counting equipment. If you change orders and everything, I mean, what do you think the change orders will be on this?
I honestly don't think that there will be much. You're doing fresh site, clean construction. That being said, the last time I dug in the, underneath the building, I found a 10-foot by 8-foot by 17-foot long chunk of concrete underneath the building. Who'd have ever guessed?
Surprises everywhere.
That's right. That's exactly right. And that comes back to we did Geo, but I've also seen the oddity where Geo punched 7 holes out there and just happened to miss the junk that's out there. I don't know your site besides what data we found, but no, I mean, I would tell you, I don't foresee any way, shape or form construction should cost very much more than what we have down. We did a structure bigger than this, same sort of layout 2 years ago for close to what these bids were, and it was a much more complicated site. The cost of doing business has increased substantially.
Has everywhere and everything.
Yeah. It's just keeps going up and up and up. I mean, the other facility had less doors, had a living space on the side of it, just tons of reasons why this should have been cheaper, and honestly, yours was just about the same price. So it's cost of doing business.
My question would be is with the contingency and the windfall, I understand we have to have that and we cannot run through that. but how much are we invested in this project? And is it something we want to give up because it'll be more to start from ground zero years from now to do it again? It'll be even more.
So our ARPA funds have spent 35,000 with Call Valley since July. So
How much of that was for this?
I don't know. It just says engineering survey, engineering.
I would assume most all of that. I don't know what all Chad's actually been doing, but I don't believe much. So I believe all that should be my engineering services for this.
We spent 15,000 on the initial peppercorn study out of ARPA.
What, we've got some of this listed on what we've spent with you guys by project numbers.
1894 would be what our project was for this project.
So just scanning through this list, I see one spot where there's 12,000 out of ARPA on that project. Here's another entry for 7,200. It was 12,885. So
There's
there's
20,000.
There's 20 between those two line items. Here's another one for 1,355. Two more for 2,000 and 3,250.
So 6.
And then dropping back, clear back to July. There's a 9,147 and a 2,076. And back in June, that one's not ARPA. That was out of. That's basically what I'm seeing out of ARPA that went toward this project, whatever all that totaled up to.
Well, I think what Sean's trying to get at is my understanding, compactor systems aren't a long-term solution. And I don't know how long have you guys been running yours?
50 years.
Before me.
Has it been that long?
I-
But I know everybody I know is getting away from them. Everybody's going to these drive-through pits with walking floor trailers.
Yeah, but we have them. We have 7 of them stationed in the county, and we pick
We have
each
sites.
one of them up from that compactor and take it to our site.
Take it.
And that'll continue anyway.
Yeah, 'cause
That all.
And right now, what we do is we haul directly from the sites, whether the container has,
2 yards or 10 yards, we take it.
and dispose of it directly,
From there
From the site.
directly. Okay.
not
take a truck
To the
going.
landfill where we.
And that's where we were figuring in the 91,000 per year in savings.
It's coming to this tipping.
It would be coming to this tipping floor, loading it on the trailers, and then
Because
hauling.
it is that's where I was headed. Much more economical
But I mean,
layout.
and maybe 21 years is okay as far as a payback on what we'd be saving, but that's
If you don't have the money today, you don't have the money. I
Yeah.
understand.
Well, they don't change their operation any except it lessens the mileage we drive from when we pick up the where
The
from
container.
compactor and take it to the tipping floor. Then we have to have a walking floor to trailer to haul it from the tipping floor to the landfill. But we still have to deliver it to our tipping floor.
I mean, we don't have a ton of commercial haulers dumping at our transfer station that's going to supply revenue to offset this cost.
Gotcha. No, I don't know how.
Our system right now is right. And I understand that our system right now is pretty simple. I would say we don't have a ton of money invested in it, and it's somewhat efficient. And I'm concerned that if we go doing this, we're adding a big amount to that we're not going to be able to ever get back.
It's definitely not a moneymaker.
But a necessary service. right?
Which we're gonna continue the necessary service,
Right.
which is providing the trash hauling, or
I asked it last week, what can we do with this new tipping floor? What could we cut out of that thing to cheapen it up?
That's where I was headed. Not much. Any of the items that we could cut out, cause problems on functionality that we have to resolve, which costs money. So, originally we talked like the mezzanine maybe wasn't 100% necessary. It will help, greatly with operation for the people using the trucks and stuff. The trick is if we pull that out and make it go away, then I've got to design a new backstop for when they push trash in. So yeah, we can remove, it's 214,000 or something on here, line item. The trick is what's it cost to replace that? Probably a substantial amount of money.
What we're looking at is some tipping floors that I've looked at don't have all this, but just like what you're saying,
The trick is I knew that we needed to keep this to a minimum. There's no extras on this that I would consider. The building's smaller than the last two that I did. The trick is this one is you're not running as much damage. Ultimately, it comes down to the expensive part is you get 16-foot high retaining walls, and there's no way you can get away from those. You're driving down 8 foot and going 8 foot above in order to push off into it. It's going to cost money for large retaining walls like that. There's not a lot of extras here. I was on the drive here thinking, one of the things that Peppercorn showed is a smaller building. Well, this building, the truck can be, when it's down into the building, the doors can be shut.
Right.
There's any number of reasons for that, but you stop and think, you get any substantial snow whatsoever. Think of the disaster there is with that situation with a truck that doesn't have doors, that it's blocked off. Same thing with blowing trash. If those doors aren't there, then you get winds that come down through and you get huge messes on your sites. So all these things could they be removed? Possibly, but I got a bad feeling you guys wouldn't like your product when we're done if we removed them.
And that's why I'm saying that, I think this is what it was going to cost us. It's just not feasible for us.
what did we just put into our building? Was it 28,000 or something like that?
Yeah, 25 or 30 in there somewhere.
That's why I was asking if it was still holding. Plating over the concrete that they're pushing against.
I was trying to look up prices for crushers, but they don't throw the price out there.
Okay, so we're going a different direction. We're not going to accept these bids.
I don't see how we can. I don't know where the funds have come from. I think that
I'm with that.
I think we have to, number one, we just get some new trucks, deal with the crushing stuff, the equipment, and get the cell expansion going, and figure it out from there. I mean,
That's exactly where I'm at.
So my understanding, be clear, is you need a number by when for the trucks?
The 31st.
Are they just hook trucks?
We don't have to have a exact number of a truck. We just need to know what we're going to spend for equipment on, we can divide it out into 2 or 3 places, right?
Right.
And even spend more, show the figure. It don't have to be saying we're going to spend 150,000 for the truck. We're going to say we're going to spend 150,000 on equipment.
And then have our list of possible equipment.
possible equipment there on that one and go to the road. The way it sounded to me, we can make our wish list more than what our money is. Then we got 2 years to figure out where it's going.
Okay, so you want trucks? Do you want me to also start looking at the compactor
I mean, I think that's,
rebuilds?
I mean, I think,
I'd look at the compact.
I think we have to.
And you know something else? What can we pay for them contractor boxes that we've paid for? Can that be part of the
Go back
go back on the $6,500, the $6,000 to $6,500, and go back and
on rebuilding the existing ones.
that we've showed that we've built them?
You've built quite a few of those.
That's what I'm saying. We've replaced a lot of them, and I don't know if we can go back or not.
That's good.
We spent that this year, the majority of it.
And I think that was something, not that specific item, but going back on things we'd already spent was something Chastity had looked into, if I'm not mistaken, and said we could do some of that. But that's a better question for her than it is me.
We could ask Chastity that, you know, I mean, that might be 30 or 40,000 right there.
Right. Oh, I think it will be. Okay.
From what I'm looking up on used trucks, I mean, even in the used ones, they run anywhere from 80 to 100,000 for the hook trucks.
Well, and I'm just trying to make that clear because when we need it by and what we're doing, because we've got a very short week this week, and I've got very limited staff and ability. So if I'm going to take a swing, I want to take a swing at
The right stuff.
what you need.
We can make it,
Compactors, trucks.
we'll make our wish list,
road,
what,
and then
if it's 500 and some thousand, make our wish list 800,000.
Right.
I didn't hear David, I apologize, what did you say on in here?
So talking about some expenses we've already had, can we move ARPA funds to cover those even though we paid them somewhere else?
That is correct. So if you had a project, I'm just throwing out a scenario here. Let's say Hell's Bend, you spent $300,000. 200,000 of that came from another grant, whether it's FEMA, whatever the case may be, and Linn County spent $100,000 out of their own fund. You can request for $100,000.
I think we paid 180 some thousand out of our funds for that bridge. It was our money.
Yes.
Yeah, so as long as there's, you know, again, we're not asking for grant money to replace grant money, technically, it's what it is.
And that was actually our money that we paid for our
Out of
portions
special
back.
road and bridge.
You are able to do that. That's
So
correct.
something they just brought up was we've done a bunch of compactor box repairs that would be run into the possibly tens of thousands of dollars over the last year. We could go back and say we want to take ARPA funds and cover that even though we've already paid.
Yeah, and we just have to be reimbursed for that, correct?
So, I mean, we're at over 200,000 there.
So let's look at those two things. The Hell's Bend Bridge, the compactor boxes, and then the,
Okay. If Hell's Bend, and I am not, Chastity's making the phone calls, but my understanding is grant money
couldn't
can't
make
be
up.
matched with grant money. So if for whatever reason, fall back to the equipment.
The road
and the
equipment.
boxes. So look at it first, fall back to the equipment and box.
What I think is, I think the 180 wasn't grant money.
No, I
I
think
think
it
that was
came
our.
Oh, it wasn't grant money, but what I'm saying is
He's saying it can't
that's
be
our
grant
match.
Oh,
To using federal grant money to match federal grant money.
I see what
And that's what I'm saying is if,
That could be.
if, if that's not our fallback, I go back to the equipment.
So,
That is correct. If we cannot, what we've matched cannot. be
okay.
used.
Okay,
So
that's
throw out Hell's Bend Bridge. We can go back to the containers. Let's look at the equipment. Let's get some ballpark figures on what we want to spend. That
Okay.
Equipment, compactors.
I will have that by Monday morning.
There's-
Although,
KDHE came to us with the water drainage or whatever that is. That would fall underneath that, wouldn't it? Too? This was years ago. I know we weren't in compliance or something with the runoff of the water through
you're
the,
talking about the 30-year study?
no, but from the existing tipping floor we have plugged up into the lagoon.
Oh, where it ran out the floor, that's going to tanks.
Okay.
That-
Well,
that-
can that not go toward, I mean,
I'll have to look at that, but that's my understanding, that's rectified and the leachate is going
The
to
other,
the tanks.
the other thing I want in there is the vertical expansion on the cells.
Yeah, I think that's, yeah. So number one, equipment to keep operating how we are, right? So
Correct.
boxes, trucks, or not boxes, or no, we've already done boxes, but get the money back for the boxes and
Okay.
trucks.
You
and the
want to
crushing equipment.
recover the money from the boxes.
Correct.
You want to buy new trucks.
Correct.
And you want to add the projected cost for the vertical expansion,
Correct.
which if that all totals above the number, you're okay with it. If it doesn't.
Let's go ahead and
I
put
need to
something into the
continue.
road and bridge too, as far
If
as.
you
Yeah,
need to
and
continue
then,
to look.
and then I do think you add another line item, road and
Well,
bridge
I
equipment.
can frankly tell you whether, even at the landfill, on the operation you've got, they've got road tractors out there that are not, I can add a road tractor and come up with that.
Should be able to look back at your budget and it should tell you what we need out there.
Okay.
I mean, if we did it the way I want to do it, it'd be like that. Sorry. I was confused.
Thank you, Randy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry for, I mean, I know you guys put a lot of time and effort in this, so thank you.
No, you got good. Ultimately, your decision in the long run, so I appreciate it.
I'm going.
So do you guys, the three of you, think it would be appropriate if you are for sure scrapping this project to put that in the form of a motion so there's something in the record?
I'll make a motion that we don't accept the contracts for the new transfer station out at the landfill.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Peoples.
All right. So other things you've got today on there, you've got Jennifer here who has to be on the agenda. I've got a stack of year-end resolutions I wanted to go through with you, and then I put time on there for you guys to discuss the evaluations of your supervisors.
All right, Jennifer.
Sorry, you guys done with this?
Yeah.
Good morning. I'll make it quick. Jennifer Lee Charlo with People's Telecommunications and Jim McAtee with People's Telecommunications and People's Services. I just wanted to visit with you this morning. I did not get to watch the first part of this meeting today, so if this was already discussed, I know it was brought up last meeting about expansion in Linn County, which we continue to do some of that expansion with the assistance from the ARPA money that you gave us, and then we have done some on past that. I guess I talked to Chastity a little bit about the KOBD, and KOBD is the Kansas Office Broadband Development, and they just are canvassing the area, trying to see what didn't get taken care of, what's still out there that doesn't have broadband service. So one of the first questions I have for you is, I know that another company besides myself was offered some of that ARPA funds, but we have never been informed on, is that project finished? What areas did they do? What is left that's still open?
I think we're in the same boat. I think there's an open invoice with it. There's some.
Yeah, we
it's
still never,
illegal right now, I believe.
they have still not received their last 10% of their payment.
Since last time we talked, I think you guys were in here about the whatever the diagram we wanted from them, or the as-built. We still not received any of that. So that is still an ongoing issue that will resolve. But I think last week we talked, or a week or two ago, whenever it was, our concern was like, we have you guys, we have QuickCom. Why would we consider bringing somebody else in? Why would we not just connect off of you guys and you guys just get that money?
Right. And I guess that's what I kind of want to visit with about, is because my understanding, and like, I don't know this for sure, but there was that they were supposed to go into Blue Mound, and I think Blue Mound shut that project down, maybe the city, and said, we're not letting.
I haven't heard exactly what happened. They were doing two in there, but they did go by Blue Mound, and Parker was there, and Prescott, I think. Parker.
But no, Centerville. Yeah. And so I don't know if,
And
I don't know if,
they were providing middle mile more than anything, not I mean, they weren't going to be connecting between those areas. They were just going to connect those areas.
QuickCom?
Yes.
Yeah, they drove by. I mean, they went right by people's houses right along.
And
the
never
road.
hooked them up.
And they will not hook them up.
No.
And so I guess
So they
that's,
main line to get somewhere else, pretty much. Is that
Pardon?
yeah.
they just use this as a main connecting line to somewhere bigger, better? Is that what?
Well,
I mean, is that?
So
But-
this was phase one, and then they said that they were going to come back in and use some of this other grant money to build out and things along those lines. But they've already sold.
So I guess my point is
QuickCom was
this
sold.
to Wanrack.
Which is the same hunter though, right?
So I guess kind of when we went about all of this and all of this came to play, and I don't know that, I don't know who was on the commission at that time. I dealt with one, but anyway, you know, I guess the fact of the matter is for me as being an individual, if I was going to go farm some acreage, Jim Johnson, you farm, right?
No,
So I'm going to consult a farmer on how to do that. If I'm going to build something, I'm probably going to, you know, talk to you about building something. If I'm going to finance something, I'm probably going to talk to Jason because he has banking experience. Okay. So my thing is when we came into this, when this grant money came available and all of this, and as we go forward, like we're talking about with KOBD, they're asking for some consulting and that type of thing, is that we come in and we work together on this, because when this project came about, I stood here at this counter and said, there is no way they can accomplish what they tell you they're going to accomplish with that money that you're giving them. Oh, yeah, we can. Yeah, we can. Yeah, we can. Okay. No, there's not. There's no way you can accomplish that. And now they have an accomplishment and they receive no punishment for it. And they've already walked with the money.
Oh, they don't have the money though.
Not 58,000, but they got everything else.
we got 550. I said at the time, we could give everybody $500 and had Starlink like I got, because that's
Yeah.
all I was available.
Now-
And we could have serviced a lot more people in Linn County that way than we do now.
You know, and that's something that will come about. But I guess just the communication that we have open when this does come about, that we do communicate about it. I still am the fact that if that 58,000 doesn't get paid out, I would like to see if I could apply for those funds, because I can put them to use and I can give them, because that's what we're doing. We're not doing like right now. We've hooked up several of these rural customers that need the service, and we're breaking out where we can, because the city's already supposed to have been taken care of by this other that doesn't seem to be, which is fine, but we can use that. So I just, if there's things that come up about broadband and questions, I would like us to communicate and work together so that, like you said, we're not building fiber over fiber.
Is there more grant money coming out because of these companies coming to us that's wanting?
Yes.
I mean, to hit these areas?
There's money flying around. Well, supposedly the money's going to be released. Not much of it has been released yet. But when you go and do that, everybody thinks free money's free money. Free money is not free money. Because not only are you going to get the free money, but just like QuickCom got free money, whatever. I did too. People's did too. But then, like I was just talking in there, and I think the road department has had to go back because so much damage was done because of that. So not only did they get free money, but then you had to pay more for road construction because of the damage that was done. So it's just like the gift that keeps on giving.
But there is more grant money coming out.
There is.
That's why, like, who was the one that came in and talked to us?
2 or 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
No,
It was Suddenlink is now
Spectrum, maybe? Spectrum, Suddenlink, Optimum.
Optimum.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You
And
know,
that's
that's
why-
why they're,
that was my question to him. Why would we, you know, if we are
Right,
people in the area, why would we?
right. And like Prescott, you have
Wait,
Crawcan down there.
because he was talking about, Jennifer, about building to like Tanglewood. Where else? It was old CenturyLink properties that, but he wasn't going rural either.
Yeah.
Something I would like to know from this that we spent there, how many customers did QuickCom pick up from this 550,000? That's something I'd like them to come tell
well,
us.
I mean, whenever
Because
they
they went through,
presented to us, they told us, they gave us numbers. I remember.
well, they told us how many people it was available to,
That they
to-
passed,
that they would go past in the cities, but I'd like to know how many people
actually took it.
have
Yeah.
service.
And I mean,
I agree.
and I mean, at any penalty, I'm assuming with most money that you give out, if you sign a contract or an agreement that you're going to do X, Y, Z and you don't do X, Y, Z, what happens to that? Are you held accountable? Do you have to refund that money? What happens?
Okay.
Any other questions?
I don't.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Jennifer. Thanks, Jim.
Are you ready for some year-end resolutions?
Sure.
Yep.
Okay, most of this is pretty standard. You probably noticed I gave you some options on a couple of them. One that I think will be pretty quick and easy on the option was on the official newspaper. A year ago, you did one where you designated Linn County News as the official paper, and then you also designated Linn County Journal as an additional official publication. At some point through the year, you decided to not do that with the Journal anymore. I've got that resolution prepared to just say Linn County News, or one like last year where it was an additional publication. I've gone through the pay dates, which is just a standard working that out with the calendar. I've got one on the official banks, depositories for county funds. I checked with Janet. She didn't want to change anything on that. I've got one that's the gap waiver, which was what our auditor talked about, that because we go against generally accepted accounting principles and use a cash basis accounting, we need to file that every year. And then the holidays is the last one that I gave you all kinds of options on because I wanted to leave it open and see what you wanted to do. So I have 6 different variations of that resolution prepared. The 2 biggest questions on that is, do you want to do anything next year with Juneteenth? Because that's something that comes up every year. I did this morning while we're here look at a survey that the Clerks Association put out. Of the people who answered those questions on holidays, there were 24 counties that are doing Juneteenth and 48 that are not, which leaves another 50-some counties that didn't answer. But it's about a 2-to-1 on the ones that did answer that they are not observing that one.
Have we in the past? I don't believe so.
No, we have not in the past.
You say what?
We have not in the past.
No, we have
had
not.
Juneteenth.
Right.
Right.
Okay. So if you're not going to do that one, that cuts out a big part of these, because
Personally, I would be in favor of doing the Juneteenth because I think that it's just sending the wrong message not to, to potential employees, our communities, and things of that nature. But
so that was one of my questions. And the other one is, like, this year, all we put down on the resolution was Christmas Day. I asked you a week or 2 ago about Christmas Eve, decided to take off at noon that day. Next year, Christmas falls on a Thursday. So I would about guarantee that Friday there will be almost no one working, because if we don't take it off, they'll be taking vacation or doing something, because nobody wants to take Christmas Day, a Thursday off, and then come back in and work Friday. So the question there would be, do you want to schedule that Friday off, or do you want to wait until you get closer next year and think about it then?
we wait. I think we wait.
Okay, so if we don't want to do anything with the next day on Christmas,
All right.
let me put those I'll put those aside if we're not going to do that.
Well, I think as far as the Juneteenth, I'm not in favor of it myself. There's other counties around that don't even, we get more holidays and there's counties around here. I'm not for giving them any myself.
It's fun.
That's where I stand.
I agree.
Okay.
Do you guys want to wait on the Christmas Friday? That's
And we can see on Christmas and come to the end of the year and see what we do. We gave them a half a day off to that, or, for 3 hours, I guess, 3 hours, I guess. I'm good with waiting until, see what happens.
So that one?
So this one does not have Juneteenth. It does not have any extra for Christmas. So if that's what I'm getting as a consensus, that would be the one I'd ask you to pass today. I will set these other 5 variations aside. The question on the newspaper.
So do we want to go ahead and make our motion?
Well,
Or you
if
want to
you
lump
want
them all together?
If you want to just lump them all
Okay.
together, I'm fine with that. Well, I mean, we'll name all the numbers. But there's the holiday, the gap waiver. I don't see any reason not to do that.
Right.
We always do. The banks, again, I've checked with Janet. That's where she's got money. We need to leave that one.
Okay.
The pay dates is pretty well set just by the calendar on how we do everything.
Right.
So the remaining question that would be the newspapers, is it just the Linn County News, or are we doing any additional in the Journal?
I think just Linn County News.
And that's the only, we just have to have a printed paper, right? One printed paper. So
We're required to have an official paper.
I'm good with just leaving it as Linn County.
Yeah, come on up.
So with the official publication, when we were at conference a few weeks ago, official publication could be our website. So when you're considering publication and you want to allocate funding to go to Civic Plus and updating the website and things like that, you could very well dismantle the publication in the newspaper and focus on the website.
And you
It's
might
just
be
an
able to
option.
do that on some things, but there are statutes in place right now that require publication in a newspaper that have not been repealed.
Do you have what we spent last year for both newspapers?
I'm not out where I can just recite numbers. I mean, we have records on it, but
Could you get that for me next week?
we can look at it. That's not a problem. But I mean, there are specific statutes that require, like my elections, I have to publish on a website and in the paper. Janet has to do the tax roll in the paper, and there's been nothing at the state level that has changed that at this point.
So what you're saying is there certain things we do have to do, but then there'd be others that
I'm sure there's some things that
we could go to the website with.
I'll look into it more. I know we had an entire session on it, so I'll look into it as well.
Well, we can approve the resolution, then we can dissolve it later if the facts.
Right, we can make it an official newspaper and then we'll look into it later as far as that, if that's right. Yeah, I'm good with that.
All right. So you guys want to just stick with the Linn County News? So
I'm good with that.
So with that, I have resolutions. They're all 2024-38, 39, 40, 41, and 42.
Twenty 38, 39, 40, 41, and 42.
Yes.
I'll make a motion, we accept the resolutions 20-24, 2024-38 through 2024-42.
And I will put copies of all these in the
That'd be
minutes.
5 resolutions.
Yes.
My motion is to accept those resolutions.
I'll second. Motion been moved and seconded. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That leaves me 2 more I need to do for next week. One is the salary schedule. Here's the 5 first signatures. Salary schedule and canceled warrants, which check my list against Janet's list. It's old checks that haven't come back in, and we'll get those worked up. That is all I have for you today.
Did you guys get a chance to look at that bid and contract from,
River Drive.
yeah, Linn Drive?
Looked at it. I actually seen the notes from Bates County too, that was in the, did you see those? So there was somebody put it on, that they did the same thing too, but they had to come back and put more in it because they still having a water issue, like you said, but they was coming back because they wasn't getting the numbers down low. It was in their minutes. Somebody sent me the minutes of their meeting.
Did they come back and?
They was coming back, yep, they was gonna do it. They was coming back to do whatever it was, and I don't know.
I think in that contract, it stated within 3 years, they would have it down to a acceptable moisture
And
level.
like I say, Garnett loves, or Anderson County loves it. I mean, they said it's worked for them. I've tried Woodson County and I can't get hold of Justin Clark. He goes to his cell phone and he answers his cell phone, but
Actually, through some other things, because I deal with him on another level at times, and I've had trouble getting a hold of him a couple
I've
times.
left him messages and everything on it, and it's him, because I know him, and he has never returned my calls, so I don't have anything for you there.
Once again on that, I mean, if you think that it could help pinpoint us to the problem that we need to fix.
I think, well, the issue is it's the water table, which is the water coming up from the ground. It's not, because if you go in the basement and look, it starts at the bottom and it raises up the wall. It doesn't start like on the top of the wall and come down. So it's telling me that the water is getting by the basement walls, this limestone foundation walls, but it's going into the water table, and the water table is coming up, because typically underneath a slab you'd have drainage and gravel,
Right.
and it'd go to a sump pump and kick it out. Well, here it's just mud. So there's really the water table is literally setting up underneath that slab, and it's causing all that moisture, and it's
Actually talked in this minutes that they was gonna look into your French drain too on the
Yeah.
outside of it, just to help
Yeah.
with the issue, but this company, the Reno Dry,
Yeah.
that they was coming back and putting in more equipment.
like it's not a if it
It's not going to
my
fix
opinion,
everything.
it's not I mean, to dig that thing up, you're looking at, I mean,
Millions.
it's a stacked stone foundation. I mean, you start moving earth off of it, you could be up in the
Right.
500
Is
600,000.
is that something we can use the ARPA money for?
We don't. You mean the Reno Dry?
Yeah.
Don't know why we couldn't, but
I mean, I don't personally, I don't think
We're gonna
there's,
do it.
Yeah.
like I'd sat here and you guys listen to me have a conversation with them. I would, I wasn't against it, but I just want to know more about it, because I'm take care of the issue first. Like your basement
I'm
walls.
gonna tell you, the two commissioners I talked to from Anderson County they don't understand it at all, and they said they was against it even when they did it, but they said now, looking back the years they in, they said it solved their problem.
And we do have
Of the smell in the
a lot of
basement.
moisture down there, and I know one time I'd forgot about it, and I'd taken Ms. Queen putting up there, but that's not possible because of all the pipes and all that stuff, and
Let's give it a shot.
they I've done a lot of research on that. I think there's one other company that does it, I believe. I don't see any other option right now. I mean, unless you dig the whole courthouse up and then install drainage, if we can't do that.
Yeah, I'm for trying it. I mean, if it's, see what happens.
What's his name? Did it come from Michael or Don?
and from what I remember, that was a day I had to leave early when they were back in, but they quoted a price if we did it by the end of this
20.
year or
20,000.
contracted. But then it goes up next year.
Isn't it?
Yeah, he after the first of the year it was going to go up, but I got him to agree that we would wait just because we had to go through the quorum and stuff, and they were good with that. So they hold that $20,000 price. I can't remember what.
So, I mean, if you're going to hire them to do this, you probably want a motion to get it in the record that you're doing it this year, though.
Right. Yeah, figure
The total invoice amount would be $20,070. And it says this is the only expense the county will have. There are no ongoing costs for electricity nor maintenance ever.
That's a lifetime warranty, right?
Yeah.
Whatever that means.
Let's see, it says,
25 year,
where does it say that?
right there.
Oh, yeah.
Estimated life expectancy of 80 to 100 years, 25-year warranty with Reno Dry.
25.
And the max hydration period guarantee, they guarantee that the dehydration, it'll be an acceptable reading within 3 years. So, because it's really high. It's
What's
And that's,
acceptable?
I think under 130, I believe.
so, and
we're at
that's,
200.
that must be what happened with Bates. You know, they'd had it for a while.
I'd had it for a while and it didn't come down as low as, and they was gonna put more equipment in or something. It was in their minutes is all I read.
Okay.
It says professional building survey for installation of building dehydration units and moisture measurements, 2 follow-up moisture measurements assessments until the building is dry, consultant and advice on handling renovation matters. So,
Well, I'm like you, the 20,000 don't do much for the dirt work around the outside.
yeah,
I mean,
it's-
once you get in that, it's
and from our conversation here, I went and looked, and it made sense because if you go in there and look, I pulled up some rugs that these guys are, and it's wet underneath them. So and then you see the paint's peeling from the floor up, and this tells me that there's the water table's going nowhere. I mean, once that water hits there, it's coming up, and then the limestone soaking it up. So I don't, beyond digging that thing up, redoing the foundation, I don't see any other option. And I know David's floor, there's so much moisture down there sometimes that it's rotted holes in it. So, and there's you see little piece of like can or something that's cut and put over the holes. So, I think this would be a first step and a good opportunity.
and if we can, we'll pay for it with ARPA money. And
If not, pay it out of courthouse.
Right.
So
I'll make a motion that we enter into a contract with Reno Dry USA for the dehydration unit for the basement of the courthouse for $20,070.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I guess maybe I spoke a little too soon on having nothing else. I did have some other transfers. I just want to make you aware of what we're looking at, which obviously we're looking at next week for approval. So I'm sorry. The other things I was looking at for the end of this year, I had a request from District Court for $5,000 for computer equipment. Request from IT for $35,000, and I have to I'll look at that email and see what he was talking about in it.
IT was how much?
35. And in fact, I may have a copy of that email. Well, I'll find that email while we're talking. And then my other one was on election. I've got some left, and I was looking at 15,000 there to go toward election equipment. Just keep adding to that fund. And let me look at what Chris's email said. Fund transfer 35 remaining from the IT budget to special equipment, which equipment reserve. He knows that there will be 5,000 to 7,000 labor bill for the installation of the compressor in the CRAC unit in the server room.
Mm-hmm.
And I anticipate using some of the funds in 2025 to set up radio system interoperability between surrounding counties and Linn County radio system. Would like to hold the rest in reserve for future vehicle repairs. So again, you don't necessarily have to approve any of those today, but I wanted to get that out there and make you aware of what we're looking at. And what we have, all those look like they would work, but they will finalize numbers on everything this week. Ready for Monday.
Okay.
Commissioners, I omitted inadvertently one item from my agenda and was going to cover it. we're still looking and still have availability for planning zoning. I've got 3 applications. 2 of those applications you have interviewed for another position. One of those applications you have not. I'm looking for your direction as to what you'd like me to do as far as scheduling and if you would like to meet the one applicant, or you would like me to just send all of those to you and you give me further direction about when and if you would like to meet with them.
Let him send them to us.
Yeah, I think so. And I think we should interview everybody again. If,
Send them to us and let us look at them and see, we'll decide next week what we're gonna do.
okay,
It's a holiday anyway, so.
okay.
I'll push them out as soon as I can. Thank you.
What's it pay? I need a job. All right. Dave, is that all you had?
That's it. Like I say, the other thing I had on there was for you guys to talk about your evaluations of your supervisors.
We want to go back to executive to do that.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
How many do we have? We got 1, 2,
Is it 5?
Sean, Chris, Randy,
4.
Amanda.
Sean, Chris, Randy, and
And then we have
Amanda.
Chastity and Jesse, but we just hired them.
They're now, so we have 4 right now.
Yeah, because I said those last 2 you're talking about are so new
Right.
that I don't think there's much to evaluate
So
yet.
they Sean, Chris,
Randy,
Randy, and Amanda.
You want to lead that? You did good last time.
I did. I haven't done any homework yet this time. Yeah. Okay.
Yep. So what do you want?
Start with 20 minutes.
All right. I'll make a motion to go in executive session for discussion of employee evaluations for 20 minutes.
20 minutes. I'll second it.
Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I'll make a motion that we go back in executive session for 20 more minutes.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. Well, that was just evaluations, so we had no action. Do we have anything else?
I don't have anything.
Do you have something else?
I got the warranty on that if you want
Oh, no. You want to talk about it? Schulte, is that the green one, like the bait, like the?
I don't know I don't guess I know what Schulte
I think
is.
I used to have a
State.
15
Huh?
The state is using them on everything.
Or the,
they're the green colored ones that,
Light green, lime
Yep.
green.
I remember we used to have one. We had a 16-foot back wing. It was pretty good. I don't know the details on it, but
so the warranty on the Schultes is 1 year. Bumper to bumper, manufacturer defects in that nature. Structural 2 years, gearbox is 6 years. The bushwhacker is 1 year on any component on there, and 5 years on the gearboxes. So that's just the difference in the warranty between the two different types of mowers. Between the Schulte and the bushwhacker.
so the Schulte has the one more better year on the gearbox.
On the gearboxes, yep.
and it's how many thousand more?
20. Well, 17,
It's almost doubled.
correct.
You give me a copy of those that you just read off.
I sure can.
I mean, you got your U-joints and things like that, but everything else is only 1 year on the U-joints, right?
Correct, yep.
Just the gearbox is longer.
Gearbox only different.
Okay, so I'm not familiar with the bushwhackers at all.
So this is, here's a picture of what they look.
I've got them pulled up, but
I mean, it's still a well-built deck. It's still a well-built machine.
Now, we didn't get any bids on a bush hogs, huh?
We did, but they were more than this.
More than what?
In this bushwhacker.
but not the Schulte.
So the Schulte is the highest one here.
But like a bush hog brand.
A bush hog
This is the
brand.
bush hog brand. Bushwhacker is part of the bush hog. From what I seen on there, the bush hog, the bushwhacker. And I was looking on.
Okay, so they rebranded.
I don't know.
I've never seen this. I mean, I've run a lot of bush hogs myself, but I've never seen a bushwhacker brand. But that don't mean
All of mine are bush hogs.
that's like
Can we get a bush hog price?
Can we go back and look at a bush hog being a different brand?
So we didn't.
Again.
Did we have them bid?
These are the only, there was 5
did you
bids that
just-
came back, and that's what came back.
Did we reach out to anybody? They all just seen this, or did we?
We've already opened them.
Yeah, you've already opened them. I don't know how all that works.
Well, for 17,000, that's too high for me for a 1 year warranty myself, but on a gearbox.
5 years on
Hmm?
6 years on the gearbox or what?
Yeah, 6 and 5.
More.
Yeah,
It's 1 year more
yeah.
for 17 grand.
I mean, it's 17 grand because it's a better deck and less maintenance, I guess. So how did we send this bid out? I mean, did we try to get, I know we were, I think Schulte's are top of the line. Okay, but I think the Bush Hog's probably the next one in there. I don't know.
I I do now, I just bought a new 15-foot just a few months ago, and I didn't give near for a 15-foot near what that Schulte cost. Not near.
Yeah,
And it's pretty heavy
on a bush hog.
on the bush hog. That's what I'm saying. I didn't, I've
These
still,
are only 10 foot with one wing.
this is 15, and it's got 6 wheels on the back. I
Uh-huh.
mean, it isn't the light made one. It's a heavy gearboxes and I mean, they make like 3 levels.
I didn't pay what these prices were for my 20. Now it's been 4 or 5 years ago.
Mine's just recently, I mean,
Yeah,
within
but-
the last 4 months. For the 41,000, I didn't pay that for a new bush hog.
This one was 23.5.
I have a question. Do we hold off on this then and then resubmit for bids again at a later date?
We don't have to have it, we don't need it right now. I mean, we got a
Right.
few months to play with. I mean, we're not gonna be mowing anything for,
Correct. I mean, if you want to
And
hold off, we
Put
can.
it out, we'll put it out for bids again
Yeah,
and
sure.
try to get a little better.
maybe we need to get more details and reach out to more companies, ourselves.
Okay.
Because that's what I feel. Not that, like, you know more about the 41,000. I don't know about them, see, so maybe they are, but
They are top of the line, but they are the most expensive ones on the market. I mean, I looked at the Schultes when I bought my bush hog and said, no. I mean, I just wouldn't spend that money.
where do they sell them at?
So they were selling them at like Olathe Tractor at one time, but they're out of business. I don't know where else.
Where did
You
that
said
bid come
Heartland.
from?
Heartland in Nevada.
Nevada.
Yep.
So I want to say they're at like Canequip, Ottawa, on the Schultes. Maybe.
Because it's one-sided, does it make that much more expensive?
No, shouldn't. Does it?
Excuse me?
Because it's only got one wing.
wing,
Does
it
it make
shouldn't
it
make
more
it that much
expensive?
Couldn't make it that more expensive.
You'd probably have to have a little counterweight on it of some kind.
Yeah, so they do.
One
So
side.
the Schultes we have a counterweight on the side
You'd
where
have to have-
you would have your other wing. We have counterweights on
Have to
that
have
side.
counterweight on it.
Okay, so what do we have right now, Jesse?
I know for sure that we have 2 Schultes in the north shop because that's what we use. I know we have 1 Schulte down here in the south shop. I don't know.
Old 10-footers?
That's the.
Yes. Yep. We have 2 15-footers and they're made by Land Pride. And those ones are,
And like, I think that our bushwhackers are going to be more like the land prides.
I
Do you
think,
like the land prides or?
no.
I think a bush hog is a step above the lamb. I mean, as far as heavy, everybody's gotten to making 3 or 4 brands of them, numbers, and they cheapen them up. So we got to be careful of what we're getting.
So these bushwhackers, the way they're built, if you was to put them in line, it'd be like Schulte, bushwhacker, bush hog, in line of quality, going down through the quality line of
The
them.
resale value.
Um,
That's a bid, but.
Yeah, ended on.
So you're saying bush hog's below the bushwhacker?
Correct.
You think?
Just due to the how they're built. They're still heavier built, way heavier built than a Land Pride.
Okay. I think that's what we do is we
Let's just,
just not accept any bids.
we're not accepting.
Just send bids back out. Okay.
Let's wait a little while and we'll send another bid out and get,
Try to get a better range.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yep, you bet.
and there was a John Deere on there too, right? Just, I mean,
Yep.
If we do this, we need to set a range on what,
Parameters that we want.
or how heavy,
Right?
how heavy the deck or, the level.
You're going to have to go through different parameters on that. There are some that I wouldn't even entertain bringing in,
Right.
Okay. All right.
So do we need a motion not to,
Well, what I've got in here at the moment is the commission decided not to accept the current bids and instructed Walton to go out for more bids.
we'll wait.
If you want to do a motion on it, that'd be fine, but
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved, second, all in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you, Jesse. Anything else?
The retail sell values on them suck.
Well, if they're coming from us,
Kansas Department of Transportation,
The resale's but terrible.
7,800 for,
after they've been used for how many years on the highway?
Upset.
I mean, cause like I've seen them sell on Purple Wave for like the Turnpike
yeah.
and stuff that way. And you're right, they don't sell very good, but they've mowed almost nonstop all summer. For some of them are 10 to 20 years old.
Nothing gets abuse of them. Bush hog type.
County employee ran.
I'm just saying bush hogs in general. There's nothing gets abuse like they do.
The only like our theory is the only one who takes care of it is the person who owns it.
That's 100%.
Yeah.
Nobody will take better care of it than that person right there.
Right. You know, so when my daughter's running it, who knows what's going to happen.
So that's it. I make a motion, Ruth.
Adjourn.
Sure.
I'll second it.
Motion to move and second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.